Hirasi Lesiza Wansi, seeing some wealthy strangers at Rome, carrying up and down with them in their arms and bosoms young puppy dogs and monkeys, embracing and making much of them, took occasion not unnaturally to ask whether the women in their country were not used to bear children, by that prince-like reprimand gravely reflecting upon persons who spend and lavish upon brute beasts affection and kindness, which nature has implanted in us, to be bestowed on those of our own kind. With like reason may we blame those who misuse that love of inquiry and observation, which nature has implanted in our soul, by expending it on objects unworthy of the attention either of their eyes or their ears, while they disregard such as are excellent in themselves, and would do them good. The mere outward sense, being passive in responding to the impression of the objects that come in its way and strike upon it, perhaps cannot help entertaining and taking notice of everything that addresses it, be it what it will, useful or unuseful, but in the exercise of his mental perception, every man, if he chooses, has a natural power to turn himself upon all occasions, and to change and shift with the greatest ease to what he shall himself judge desirable, so that it becomes a man's duty to pursue and make after the best and choicest of everything, that he may not only employ his contemplation, but may also be improved by it. For as that color is most suitable to the eye whose freshness and pleasantness stimulates and strengthens the sight, so a man ought to apply his intellectual perception to such objects as, with the sense of delight, are apt to call it forth, and allure it to its own proper good and advantage. Such objects we find in the acts of virtue, which also produce in the minds of mere readers about them an emulation and eagerness that may lead them on to imitation. In other things there does not immediately follow upon the admiration and liking of the thing done any strong desire of doing the like. Nay, many times, on the very contrary, when we are pleased with the work, we slight and set little by the workman or artist himself, as, for instance, in perfumes and purple dyes. We're taken with the things themselves well enough, but do not think dyers and perfumers otherwise than low and sordid people. It was not said amiss by Antisthenes, when people told him that one Ismenias was an excellent piper. It may be so, said he, but he is but a wretched human being. Otherwise, he would not have been an excellent piper. And King Philip, to the same purpose, told his son Alexander, who once at a merry meeting played a piece of music charmingly and skillfully, "Are you not ashamed, son, to play so well? For it is enough for a king or prince to find leisure sometimes to hear others sing, and he does the Muses quite honor enough when he pleases to be but present, while others engage in such exercises and trials of skill. He who busies himself in mean occupations produces, in the very pains he takes about things of little or no use, an evidence against himself of his negligence and indisposition to what is really good. Nor did any generous and ingenuous young man, at the sight of the statue of Jupiter at Pisa, ever desire to be a Phidias, or, on seeing that of Juno at Argos, long to be a or feel induced by his pleasure in their poems to wish to be an Anacreon or Philotas or a, for it does not necessarily follow that if a piece of work pleased for its grace, therefore he that wrought it deserves our admiration. Whence it is that neither do such things really profit or advantage the beholders, upon the sight of which no zeal arises for the imitation of them, nor any impulse or inclination, which may prompt any desire or endeavor of doing the like, but virtue, by the bare statement of its actions, can so affect men's minds as to create at once both admiration of the things done and desire to imitate the doers of them. The goods of fortune we would possess and would enjoy. Those of virtue we long to practice and exercise. We are content to receive the former from others. The latter we wish others to experience from us. Moral good is a practical stimulus. It is no sooner seen than it inspires an impulse to practice, and influences the mind and character not by a mere imitation which we look at, but by the statement of the fact, creates a moral purpose, which we form, and so we have thought fit to spend our time and pains in writing of the lives of famous persons, and have composed this 10th book upon that subject, containing the life of Pericles and that of Fabius Maximus, who carried on the war against Hannibal, men alike, as in their other virtues and good parts, so especially in their mild and upright temper and demeanor, and in that capacity to bear the cross-grained humors of their fellow citizens and colleagues in office, which made them both most useful and serviceable to the interests of their country. Whether we take a right aim at our intended purpose, it is left to the reader to judge by what he shall here find. Pericles was of the tribe and the township Colagas, of the noblest birth both on his father's and mother's side. Xanthipus, his father, who defeated the king of Persia's generals in the battle at took to wife Agariste, the grandchild of Cleisthenes, who drove out the sons of peace, and nobly put an end to their tyrannical usurpation, and moreover made a body of laws, and settled a model of government admirably tempered and suited for the harmony and safety of the people. His mother, being near her time, fancied in a dream that she was brought to bed of a lion, and a few days after was delivered of Pericles, in other respects perfectly formed, only his head was somewhat longish and out of proportion, for which reason almost all the images and statues that were made of him have the head covered with a helmet. The workmen apparently being willing not to expose him, the poets of Athens called him Skinocephalos, or Squillhead, from Shinos, a squill, or see one of the comic poets, Cratinus, in the Chirons, tells us that old Cronos once took Queen Sedition to wife, which too brought to life that tyrant whom the gods, the supreme skull compeller, have named Dot. And in the Nemesis addresses him, "Come, Jove, thou head of gods." And a second Teleclides says that, in embarrassment with political difficulties, he sits in the city, fainting underneath the load of his own head, and now abroad, from his huge gallery of ape, sends forth trouble to the state. And a third, Eupolis, in the comedy called The Demi, in a series of questions about each of the demagogues whom he makes in the play to come up from hell, upon Pericles being named last, exclaims, and here, by way of summary, now we've done, behold, in brief, the heads of all in one. Music, most authors are agreed, was Damon, whose name, they say, ought to be pronounced with the first syllable short, though Aristotle tells us that he was thoroughly practiced in all accomplishments of this kind by Damon, it is not unlikely, being a sophist, out of policy, sheltered himself under the profession of music to conceal from people in general his skill in other things, and under this pretense attended Pericles, the young athlete of politics, so does as his training master in these exercises. Damon's lyre, however, did not prove altogether a successful blind. He was banished the country by ostracism for 10 years as a dangerous intermeddler and a favorer of arbitrary power, and, by this means, gave the stage occasion to play upon him, as, for instance, Plato, the comic poet, introduces a character who questions him. Tell me, if you please, since you're the Chiron who taught Pericles? Pericles also was a hearer of Zeno, who treated of natural philosophy in the same manner as Parmenides did, but had also perfected himself in an art of his own for refuting and silencing opponents in argument, as Timon of Phlius describes it, also the two-edged tongue of mighty Zeno, who, say, what one would, could argue it untrue. But he that saw most of Pericles, and furnished him most especially with a weight and grandeur of sense, superior to all arts of popularity, and in general gave him his elevation and sublimity of purpose and of character, was Anaxagoras of Clazomene, whom the men of those times call by the name of nous, that is, mind or intelligence, whether in admiration of the great and extraordinary gift he displayed for the science of nature, or because that he was the first of the philosophers who did not refer the first ordering of the world to fortune or chance, nor to necessity or compulsion, but to a pure, unadulterated intelligence, which in all other existing mixed and compound things acts as a principle of discrimination, and combination of like with like. For this man, Pericles entertained an extraordinary esteem and admiration, and filling himself with this lofty and, as they call it, up in there sort of thought, derived hence not merely, as was natural, elevation of purpose and dignity of language, raised far above the base and dishonest buffooneries of Mabella, but, besides this, a composure of countenance, and a serenity and calmness in all his movements, which no occurrence whilst he was speaking could disturb, a sustained and even tone of voice, and various other advantages of a similar kind, which produced the greatest effect on his hearers. Once, after being reviled and ill-spoken of all day, long in his own hearing by some vile and abandoned fellow in the open market-place, where he was engaged in the dispatch of some urgent affair, he continued his business in perfect silence, and in the evening returned home composedly, the man still dogging him at the heels, and pelting him all the way with abuse and foul language, and stepping into his house, it being by this time dark, he ordered one of his servants to take a light, and to go along with the man and see him safe home. It is true, the dramatic poet says that Pericles' manner in company was somewhat over-assuming and pompous, and that into his high bearing there entered a good deal of slightingness and scorn of others. He reserves his commendation for Simon's ease and pliancy and natural grace in society. Ion, however, who must needs make virtue, like a show of tragedies, include some comic scenes, we shall not altogether rely upon. Zeno used to bid those who called Pericles' gravity the affectation of a charlatan to go and affect the like themselves, inasmuch as this mere counterfeiting might in time insensibly instill into them a real love and knowledge of those noble qualities. Nor were these the only advantages which Pericles derived from Anaxagoras. Esse acquaintance. He seems also to have become, by his instruction, superior to that superstition with which an ignorant wonder at appearances, for example, in the heavens possesses the minds of people unacquainted with their causes, eager for the supernatural, and excitable through an inexperience which the knowledge of natural causes removes. replacing wild and timid superstition by the good hope and assurance of an intelligent piety. There is a story that once Pericles had brought to him from a country farm of his a ram's head with one horn, that lampon the divina. Upon seeing the horn grow strong and solid out of the midst of the forehead, gave it as his judgment that there being at that time two potent factions, parties, or interests in the city, the one of Thucydides and the other of Pericles, the government would come about to that one of them in whose ground or estate this token or indication of fate had shown itself, but that Anaxagoras, cleaving the skull in sunder, showed to the bystanders that the brain had not filled up its natural place, but being oblong like an egg, had collected from all parts of the vessel which contained it, in a point to that place from whence the rue of the horn took its rise, and that, for that time, Anaxagoras was much admired for his explanation by those that were present, and Lampon no less a little while after, when Thucydides was overpowered, and the whole affairs of the state and government came into the hands of Pericles. And yet, in my opinion, it is no absurdity to say that they were both in the right, both natural philosopher and diviner, one justly detecting the cause of this event, by which it was produced, the other, the end for which it was designed. For it was the business of the one to find out and give an account of what it was made, and in what manner and by what means it grew as it did, and of the other to foretell to what end and purpose it was so made, and what it might mean or portend. Those who say that to find out the cause of a prodigy is in effect to destroy its supposed signification as such, do not take notice that, at the same time, together with divine prodigies, they also do away with signs and signals of human art and concert, as, for instance, the clashings of quoits fire beacons, and the shadows on sundials, every one of which things has its cause, and by that cause and contrivance is a sign of something else. But these are subjects, perhaps, that would better befit another place. Pericles, while yet but a young man, stood in considerable apprehension of the people, as he was thought in face and figure to be very like the tyrant Peace, and those of great age remarked upon the sweetness of his voice, and his volubility and rapidity in speaking, and were struck with amazement at the resemblance, reflecting, too, that he had a considerable estate, and was descended of a noble family, and had friends of great influence. He was fearful all this might bring him to be banished as a dangerous person, and for this reason meddled not at all with state affairs, but in military service showed himself of a brave and intrepid nature. But when Aristides was now dead, and Themistocles driven out, and Simon was, for the most part, kept abroad by the expeditions he made in parts out of Greece, Pericles, seeing things in this posture, now advanced and took his side. Not with the rich and few, but with the many and poor, contrary to his natural bent, which was far from democratical, but most likely fearing he might fall under suspicion of aiming at arbitrary power, and seeing Simon on the side of the aristocracy, and much beloved by the better and more distinguished people, he joined the party of the people, with a view at once both to secure himself and procure means against Simon. He immediately entered, also, on quite a new course of life and management of his time, for he was never seen to walk in any street but that which led to the marketplace and the council hall, and he avoided invitations of friends to supper, and all friendly visiting and intercourse whatever, in all the time he had to do with the public, which was not a little. He was never known to have gone to any of his friends to a supper, except at once when his near kinsman Euryptolemus married. He remained present till the ceremony of the drink-offering, and then immediately rose from table and went his way. For these friendly meetings are very quick to defeat any assumed superiority, and an intimate familiarity, an exterior of gravity is hard to maintain. Real excellence, indeed, is most recognized when most openly looked into, and in really good men, nothing which meets the eyes of external observers so truly deserves their admiration as their daily common life does that of their nearer friends. Pericles, however, to avoid any feeling of commonness, or any satiety on the part of the people, presented himself at intervals only, not speaking to every business, nor at all times coming into the assembly, but, as Critolaus says, reserving himself, like the Salaminian galley, for great occasions, while matters of lesser importance were dispatched by friends or other speakers under his direction, and of this number we are told Ephialtes made one, who broke the power of the council of Areopagus, giving the people, according to Plato's expression, so copious and so strong a draught of liberty that growing wild and unruly, like an unmanageable horse, it, as the comic poets say, got beyond all keeping in, champing at you, and among the islands leaping in, the style of speaking most consonant to his form of life and the dignity of his views he found, so to say, in the tones of that instrument with which Anaxagoras had furnished him. Of his teaching he continually availed himself, and deepened the colors of rhetoric with the dye of natural science, for having, in addition to his great natural genius, attained, by the study of nature, to use the words of the divine Plato, this height of intelligence, and this universal consummating power, and drawing, hence, whatever might be of advantage to him in the art of speaking, he showed himself far superior to all others, upon which account, they say, he had his nickname given him, though some are of opinion he was named the Olympian from the public buildings with which he adorned the city, and others again from his great power in public affairs, whether of war or peace. Nor is it unlikely that the confluence of many attributes may have conferred it on him. However, the comedies represented at the time, which, both in good earnest and in merriment, let fly many hard words at him, plainly show that he got that appellation, especially from his speaking. They speak of his thundering and lightning when he harangued the people, and of his wielding a dreadful thunderbolt in his tongue. A saying also of Thucydides, the son of Milesius, stands on record, spoken by him by way of pleasantry upon Pericles' dexterity. Thucydides was one of the noble and distinguished citizens, and had been his greatest opponent, and when Archidamus, the king of the Lacedaemonians, asked him whether he or Pericles were the better wrestler, he made this answer, "When I," said he, "hath thrown him and given him a fair fall, by persisting that he had no fall, he gets the better of me, and makes the bystanders, in spite of their own eyes, believe him. The truth, however, is that Pericles himself was very careful what and how he was to speak, insomuch that whenever he went up to the hustings, he prayed the gods that no one word might unawares slip from him unsuitable to the matter and the occasion. He has left nothing in writing behind him, except some decrees, and there are but very few of his sayings recorded. One, for example, is that he said Aegina must, like a gathering in a man's eye, be removed from Piraeus, and another, that he said he saw already war moving on its way towards them out of Peloponnesus. Again, when on a time Sophocles, who was his fellow commissioner in the generalship, was going on board with him, and praised the beauty of a youth they met with in the way to the ship. "Sophocles," said he, "a general ought not only to have clean hands, but also clean eyes." And Stesimbrotus tells us that in his encomium on those who fell in battle at Samos, he said they would become immortal as the gods were. "For," said he, "we do not see them themselves, but only by the honors we pay them, and by the benefits they do us, attributes to them immortality, and the like attributes belong also to those that die in the service of their country." Since Thucydides describes the rule of Pericles as an aristocratical government that went by the name of a democracy, but was indeed the supremacy of a single great man, while many others say, on the contrary, that by him the common people were first encouraged and led on to such evils as appropriations of subject territory, allowances for attending theaters, payments for performing public duties, and by these bad habits were, under the influence of his public measures, changed from a sober, thrifty people that maintained themselves by their own labors, to lovers of expense, intemperance, and license. Let us examine the cause of this change by the actual matters of fact. At the first, as has been said, when he set himself against Simon's great authority, he did caress the people, finding himself come short of his competitor in wealth and money, by which advantages the other was enabled to take care of the poor, inviting every day someone or other of the citizens that was in want to supper, and bestowing clothes on the aged people, and breaking down the hedges and enclosures of his grounds, that all that would might freely gather what fruit they pleased. Pericles, thus outdone in popular arts, by the advice of one Damonide Savoa, as Aristotle states, turned the distribution of the public moneys, and in a short time having bought the people over, what with moneys allowed for shows and for service on juries, and what with other forms of pay and learn, he made use of them against the council of Areopagus, of which he himself was no member, as having never been appointed by lot either chief archon, or lawgiver, or king, or captain. For from of old these offices were conferred on persons by lot, and they who had acquitted themselves duly in the discharge of them were advanced to the court of Areopagus, and so Pericles, having secured his power and interest with the populace, directed the exertions of his party against this council with such success that most of those causes and matters which had been used to be tried there were, by the agency of removed from its cognizance. Simon also was banished by ostracism as a favorer of the Lacedaemonians and a hater of the people. Though in wealth and noble birth he was among the first, and had won several most glorious victories over the barbarians, and had filled the city with money and spoils of war, as is recorded in the history of his life. So vast an authority had Pericles obtained among the people. The ostracism was limited by law to 10 years, but the Lacedaemonians, in the meantime, entering with a great army into the territory of Tanagra, and the Athenians going out against them, Simon, coming from his banishment before his time was out, put himself in arms and array with those of his fellow citizens that were of his own tribe, and desired by his deeds to wipe off the suspicion of his favoring the Lacedaemonians by venturing his own person, along with his countrymen. But Pericles' friends, gathering in a body, forced him to retire as a banished man, for which cause also Pericles seems to have exerted himself more in that than in any battle, and to have been conspicuous above all for his exposure of himself to danger. All Simon's friends, also to a man, fell together side by side, whom Pericles had accused with him of taking part with the Lacedaemonians, defeated in this battle on their own frontiers, and expecting a new and perilous attack with return of spring. The Athenians now felt regret and sorrow for the loss of Simon, and repentance for their expulsion of him. Pericles, being sensible of their feelings, did not hesitate or delay to gratify it, and himself made the motion for recalling him home. He, upon his return, concluded a peace betwixt the two cities, for the Lacedaemonians entertained as kindly feelings towards him as they did the reverse towards Pericles and the other popular leaders. Yet some there are who say that Pericles did not propose the order for Simon's return till some private articles of agreement had been made between them, and this by means of Elpines, Simon's sister, that Simon, namely, should go out to sea with a fleet of 200 ships, and be commander-in-chief abroad, with a design to reduce the king of Persia, Esteritories, and that Pericles should have the power at home. This Elpinus, it was thought, had before this time procured some favor for her brother Simon at Pericles' hands, and induced him to be more remiss and gentle in urging the charge when Simon was tried for his life, for Pericles was one of the committee appointed by the commons to plead against him, and when Elpinus came and besought him in her brother's behalf, he answered, with a smile, "O Elpinus, you are too old a woman to undertake such business as this." But when he appeared to impeach him, he stood up but once to speak, merely to acquit himself of his commission, and went out of court, having done Simon the least prejudice of any of his accusers. How, then, can one believe Idomen, who charges Pericles as if he had by treachery procured the murder of the popular statesman, one who was his friend, and of his own party in all his political course, out of jealousy forsooth, and envy of his great reputation? This historian, it seems, having raked up these stories, I know not whence, has befouled with them a man who was not altogether free from fault or blame, but yet had a noble spirit, and a soul that was bent on honor, and where such qualities are, there can no such cruel and brutal passion find harbor or gain admittance, as do Ephialtes. The truth of the story, as Aristotle has told it, is this, that having made himself formidable to the oligarchical party, by being an uncompromising asserter of the people's rights in calling to account and prosecuting those who anyway wronged them, his enemies lying in wait for him, by the means of Aristodicus, the Tano privately dispatched him. Simon, while he was admiral, ended his days in the Isle of Cyprus, and the aristocratical party, seeing that Pericles was already before this grown to be the greatest and foremost man of all the city, but nevertheless wishing there should be somebody set up against him to blunt and turn the edge of his power, that it might not altogether prove a monarchy, put forward Thucydides of Alopes, a discreet person, and a near kinsman of Simon's, to conduct the opposition against him, who, indeed, though less skilled in warlike affairs than Simon was, yet was better versed in speaking and political business, and keeping close guard in the city, and engaging with Pericles on the hustings, in a short time brought the government to an equality of parties, for he would not suffer those who were called the honest and good persons of worth and distinction to be scattered up and down and mix themselves and be lost among the populace, as formerly, diminishing and obscuring their superiority amongst them, but taking them apart by themselves and uniting them in one body. By their combined weight he was able, as it were, upon the balance, to make a counterpoise to the other party. There was from the beginning a sort of concealed split, or seam, as it might be in a piece of iron, marking the different popular and aristocratical tendencies. But the open rivalry and contention of these two opponents made the gash deep, and severed the city into the two parties of the people and the few. And so Pericles, at that time more than at any other, let loose the reins to the people, and made his policy subservient to their pleasure, contriving continually to have some great public show or solemnity, some banquet, or some procession or other in the town to please them, coaxing his countrymen like children, with such delights and pleasures as were not, however, unedible. Besides that, every year he sent out 80 galleys, on board of which there went numbers of the citizens who were in pay 8 months, learning at the same time and practicing the art of seamanship. He sent, moreover, 1,000 of them into the Chersonese as planters, to share the land among them by lot, and 500 more into the Isle of Naxos, and half that number to Andro, 1,000 into Thrace to dwell among the Besil, and others into Italy. When the city, which now was called Thurii, was to be, and this he did to ease and discharge the city of an idle, and, by reason of their idleness, a busy, meddling crowd of people, and at the same time to meet the necessities and restore the fortunes of the poor townsmen, and to intimidate also and check their allies from attempting any change, by posting such garrisons, as it were, in the midst of them, that which gave most pleasure and ornament to the city of Athens, and the greatest admiration and even astonishment to all strangers, and that which now is Greece's only evidence that the power she boasts of and her ancient wealth are no romance or idle story, was his construction of the public and sacred buildings. Yet this was that of all his actions in the government which his enemies most looked askance upon and cavilled at in the popular assemblies, crying out how that the Commonwealth of Athens had lost its reputation and was ill spoken of abroad for removing the common treasure of the Greeks from the Isle of Delos into their own custody, and how that their fairest excuse for so doing, namely, that they took it away for fear the barbarians should seize it, and on purpose to secure it in a safe place, this Pericles had made unavailable, and how that Greece cannot but resent it as an insufferable affront, and consider herself to be tyrannized over openly when she sees the treasure, which was contributed by her upon a necessity for the war, wantonly lavished out by us upon our city, to gild her all over, and to adorn and set her forth, as it were some vain woman, hung round with precious stones and figures and temples, which cost a world of money. Pericles, on the other hand, informed the people that they were in no way obliged to give any account of those moneys to their allies, so long as they maintained their defense and kept off the barbarians from attacking them, while in the meantime they did not so much as supply one horse or man or ship, but only found money for the service, which money, said he, is not theirs that give it, but theirs that receive it, if so be they perform the conditions upon which they receive it, and that it was good reason that now the city was sufficiently provided and stored with all things necessary for the war, they should convert the overplus of its wealth to such undertakings as would hereafter, when completed, give them eternal honor, and for the present, while in process, freely supply all the inhabitants with plenty, with their variety of workmanship and of occasions for service, which summon all arts and trades, and require all hands to be employed about them. They do actually put the whole city in a manner into while at the same time she is both beautified and maintained by herself. For as those who are of age and strength for war are provided for and maintained in the armaments abroad by their pay out of the public stocks, it being his desire and design that the undisciplined mechanic multitude that stayed at home should not go without their share of public salaries, and yet should not have them given them for sitting still and doing nothing. To that end he thought fit to bring in among them, with the approbation of the people, these vast projects of buildings and designs of works, that would be of some continuance before they were finished, and would give employment to numerous arts, so that the part of the people that stayed at home might, no less than those that were at sea or in garrisons or on expeditions, have a fair and just occasion of receiving the benefit and having their share of the public moneys. The materials were stone, brass, ivory, gold, ebony, cypress wood, and the arts or trades that wrought and fashioned them were smiths and carpenters, molders, founders, and braziers, stone-cutters, dyers, goldsmiths, ivory workers, painters, embroiderers, turners, those again that conveyed them to the town for use, merchants, and mariners, and shipmasters, by sea, and by land, cartwrights, cattle breeders, wagoners, rope makers, flax workers, shoemakers and leather dressers, road makers, miners, and every trade in the same nature, as a captain in an army has his particular company of soldiers under him, had its own hired company of journeymen and laborers belonging to it banded together as in array, to be as it were the instrument and body for the performance of the service. Thus, to say, all in a word, the occasions and services of these public works, distributed plenty through every age and condition, as then grew the works up, no less stately in size than exquisite in form, the workmen striving to outvie the material and the design with the beauty of their workmanship. Yet the most wonderful thing of all was the rapidity of their execution, undertakings, any one of which singly might have required, they thought, for their completion, several successions and ages of men, were every one of them accomplished in the heightened prime of one man's political service, although they say, too, that Zeuxis once, having heard Agatharchus the painter boast of dispatching his work with speed and ease, replied, "I take a long time, for ease and speed in doing a thing do not give the work lasting solidity or exactness of beauty. The expenditure of time allowed to a man's pains beforehand for the production of a thing is repaid by way of interest with a vital force for its preservation when once produced, for which reason Paracelsus's works are especially admired, as having been made quickly to last long. For every particular piece of his work was immediately, even at that time, for its beauty and elegance antique, and yet in its vigor and freshness looks to this day as if it were just executed. There is a sort of bloom of newness upon those works of his, preserving them from the touch of time, as if they had some perennial spirit and undying vitality mingled in the composition of them. Phidias had the oversight of all the works, and was surveyor general, though upon the various portions other great masters and workmen were employed. For Callicrates and Ectinus built the Parthenon. The chapel at Eleusis, where the mysteries were celebrated, was begun by Corobus, who erected the pillars that stand upon the floor or pavement, and joined them to the architraves. And after his death, Metagenes of Zippet added the frieze and the upper line of columns, Xenacles of Calargus roofed or arched the lantern on the top of the temple of Castor and Pollux, and the long wall, which Socrates says he himself heard Pericles propose to the people, was undertaken by Callicles. This work Cratinus ridicules, as long and finishing, 'tis long since Pericles, if words would do it, talked up the wall, yet adds not one mite to it. The odium, or music room, which in its interior was full of seats and ranges of pillars, and outside had its roof made to slope and descend from one single point at the top, was constructed, we are told, in imitation of the king of Persia's pavilion. This likewise by Pericles' order, which Cratinus again, in his comedy called the Thracian Women, made an occasion of raillery. So we see here Jupiter long pat, Pericles, appear. Since ostracism time, he's laid aside his head, and wears the new odium in its stead. Pericles, also eager for distinction, then first obtained the decree for a contest in musical skill to be held yearly at the Pana, and he himself, being chosen judge, arranged the order and method in which the competitors should sing and play on the flute and on the harp, and both at that time and at other times also they sat in this music room to see and hear all such trials of skill. The propylaea, or entrances to the Acropolis, were finished in 5 years' time. Menesicles being the principal architect. A strange accident happened in the course of building, which showed that the goddess was not averse to the work, but was aiding and cooperating to bring it to perfection. One of the artificers, the quickest and the handiest workman among them all, with a slip of his foot, fell down from a great height and lay in a miserable condition, the physicians having no hopes of his recovery. When Pericles was in distress about this, Minerva appeared to him at night in a dream, and ordered a course of treatment, which he applied, and in a short time and with great ease cured the man. And upon this occasion it was that he set up a brass statue of Minerva, surnamed Health, in the citadel near the altar, which they say was there before. But it was Phidias who wrought the goddess's image in gold, and he has his name inscribed on the pedestal as the workman of it. And indeed the whole work in a manner was under his charge, and he had, as we have said already, the oversight over all the artists and workmen, through Pericles' friendships for him. And this, indeed, made him much envied, and his patron shamefully slandered with stories, as if Phidias were in the habit of receiving, for Pericles' use, free-born women that came to see the works. The comic writers of the town, when they had got hold of this story, made much of it, and bespattered him with all the ribaldry they could invent, charging him falsely with the wife of one who was his friend and served as lieutenant under him in the wars, and with the birds kept by Pyralamps, an acquaintance of Pericles, who, They pretended used to give presents of peacocks to Paraglice's female friends. And how can one wonder at any number of strange assertions from men whose whole lives were devoted to mockery, and who were ready at any time to sacrifice the reputation of their superiors to vulgar envy and spite, as to some evil genius, when even Stesimbrotus, the Thasian, has dared to lay to the charge of Pericles a monstrous and fabulous piece of criminality with his son's wife? So very difficult a matter is it to trace and find out the truth of anything by history, when, on the one hand, those who afterwards write it find long periods of time intercepting their view, and, on the other hand, the contemporary records of any actions and lives, partly through envy and ill will, partly through favor and flattery, pervert and distort truth? When the orators, who sided with Thucydides and his party, were at one time crying out, as their custom was, against Pericles, as one who squandered away the public money and made havoc of the state revenues, he rose in the open assembly and put the question to the people, whether they thought that he had laid out much, and they saying, too much, a great deal. Then, said he, since it is so, let the cost not go to your account, but to mine, and let the inscription upon the building stand in my name. When they heard him say thus, whether it were out of a surprise to see the greatness of his spirit, or out of emulation of the glory of the works, they cried aloud, bidding him to spend on and lay out what he thought fit from the public purse, and to spare no cost, till all were finished. At length, coming to a final contest with Thucydides, which of the two should ostracize the other out of the country, and having gone through this peril, he threw his antagonists out, and broke up the confederacy that had been organized against him, so that now all schism and division being at an end, and the city brought to evenness and unity, he got all Athens and all affairs that pertained to the Athenians into his own hands, their tributes, their armies, and their galleys, the islands, the sea, and their wide-extended power, partly over other Greeks, and partly over barbarians, and all that empire which they possessed, founded and fortified upon subject nations and royal friendships and alliances. After this, he was no longer the same man he had been before, nor as tame and gentle and familiar as formerly with the populace, so as readily to yield to their pleasures and to comply with the desires of the multitude, as a steersman shifts with the winds, quitting that loose, remiss, and, in some cases, licentious court of the popular will. He turned those soft and flowery modulations to the austerity of aristocratical and regal rule, and employing this uprightly and undeviatingly for the country's best interests, he was able generally to lead the people along with their own wills and consents, by persuading and showing them what was to be done, and sometimes, too, urging and pressing them forward extremely against their will. He made them, whether they would or no, yield submission to what was for their advantage, in which, to say the truth, he did but like a skillful physician, who, in a complicated and chronic disease, as he sees occasion, at one while allows his patient the moderate use of such things as please him, at another while gives him keen pains and drugs to work the cure, for their arising and growing up, as was natural, all manner of distempered feelings among a people which had so vast a command and dominion. He alone, as a great master, knowing how to handle and deal fitly with each one of them, and, in an especial manner, making that use of hopes and fears as his two chief rudders, with the one to check the career of their confidence at any time, with the other to raise them up and cheer them when under any discouragement, plainly showed by this, that rhetoric, or the art of speaking, is, in Plato's language, the government of the souls of men, and that her chief business is to address the affections and passions, which are as it were the strings and keys to the soul, and require a skillful and careful touch to be played on as they should be. The source of this predominance was not barely his power of language, but, as Thucydides assures us, the reputation of his life, and the confidence felt in his character, his manifest freedom from every kind of corruption and superiority to all considerations of money, notwithstanding he had made the city Athens, which was great of itself, as great and rich as can be imagined, and though he were himself in power and interest more than equal to many kings and absolute rulers, who, some of them also bequeathed by will their power to their children, he, for his part, did not make the patrimony his father left him greater than it was by 1 drachma. Thucydides, indeed, gives a plain statement of the greatness of his power, and the comic poets, in their spiteful manner, more than hinted it, styling his companions and friends the new and calling on him to abjure any intention of use as one whose eminence was too great to be any longer proportionable to and compatible with a democracy or popular government. And Teloclides, says the Athenians, had surrendered up to him the tribute of the cities, and with them the cities to do with them as he pleases, and undo, to build up, if he likes, stone walls around a town, and again, if so he likes, to pull them down. Their treaties and alliances, power, empire, peace, and war, their wealth and their success forevermore. Nor was all this the luck of some happy occasion, nor was it the mere bloom and grace of a policy that flourished for a season, but having for 40 years together maintained the first place among statesmen such as Ephialtes, and Leocrates, and Myronides, and Simon, and Ptolemies, and Thucydides, were, after the defeat and banishment of Thucydides, for no less than 15 years longer, in the exercise of one continuous unintermitted command in the office, to which he was annually re-elected of general. He preserved his integrity unspotted, though otherwise he was not altogether idle or careless in looking after his pecuniary advantage. His paternal estate, which of right belonged to him, he so ordered that it might neither through negligence be wasted or lessened, nor yet, being so full of business as he was, cost him any great trouble or time with taking care of it, and put it into such a way of management as he thought to be the most easy for himself and the most exact. All his yearly products and profits he sold together in a lump, and supplied his household needs afterward by buying everything that he or his family wanted out of the market, upon which account his children, when they grew to age, were not well pleased with his management, and the women that lived with him were treated with little cost, and complained of this way of housekeeping, where everything was ordered and set down from day to day, and reduced to the greatest exactness, since there was not there, as is usual in a great family and a plentiful estate, anything to spare, or over and above, but all that went out or came in, all disbursements, and all receipts, proceeded as it were by number and measure. His manager in all this was a single servant, Evangelist by name, a man either naturally gifted or instructed by Pericles, so as to excel every one in this art of domestic economy. All this, in truth, was very little in harmony with Anaxagoras' wisdom, if, indeed, it be true that he, by a kind of divine impulse and greatness of spirit, voluntarily quitted his house, and left his land to lie fallow, and to be grazed by sheep like a common. But the life of a contemplative philosopher, and that of an active statesman, are, I presume, not the same thing, for the one merely employs upon great and good objects of thought, an intelligence that requires no aid of instruments nor supply of any external materials, whereas the other, who tempers and applies his virtue to human uses, may have occasion for affluence, not as a matter of mere necessity, but as a noble thing, which was Paracelsus' case, who relieved numerous poor citizens. However, there is a story that Anaxagoras himself, while Pericles was taken up with public affairs, lay neglected, and that, now being grown old, he wrapped himself up with a resolution to die for want of food, which being by chance brought to Pericles' ear, he was horror-struck, and instantly ran thither, and used all the arguments and entreaties he could to him. lamenting not so much Anaxagoras' condition as his own, should he lose such a counselor as he had found him to be. And that upon this Anaxagoras unfolded his robe, and showing himself, made answer. Pericles, said he, even those who have occasion for a lamp supply it with oil. The Lacedaemonians beginning to show themselves troubled at the growth of the Athenian power. Pericles, on the other hand, to elevate the people's spirit yet more, and to raise them to the thought of great actions, proposed edicuri to summon all the Greeks, in what part soever, whether of Europe or Asia, every city, little as well as great, to send their deputies to Athens to a general assembly or convention, there to consult and advise concerning the Greek temples, which the barbarians had burned down, and the sacrifices which were due from them upon vows they had made to their gods for the safety of Greece when they fought against the barbarians, and also concerning the navigation of the sea, that they might henceforward all of them pass to and fro and trade securely, and be at peace among themselves. Upon this errand there were 20 men, of such as were above 50 years of age, sent by commission, 5 to summon the Ionians and Dorians in Asia, and the islanders as far as Lesbos and Rhodes, 5 to visit all the places in the Hellespont and Thrace up to Byzantium, and other 5. Besides, these 2 go to Boeotia and Phocis, and Peloponnese, and from hence to pass through the Locrians over to the neighboring continent, as far as Acarnania and Ambracia, and the rest to take their course through Euboea to the Oetions and the Molian Gulf, and to the Achaeans of Phaeotis and the Thessalians, all of them to treat with the people as they passed, and to persuade them to come and take their part in the debates for settling the peace and jointly regulating the affairs of Greece. Nothing was effected, nor did the cities meet by their deputies, as was desired. The Lacedaemonians, as it is said, crossing the design underhand, and the attempt being disappointed and baffled first in Peloponnesus, I thought fit, however, to introduce the mention of it, to show the spirit of the man and the greatness of his thoughts. In his military conduct, he gained a great reputation for wariness. He would not by his good will engage in any fight which had much uncertainty or hazard. He did not envy the glory of generals whose rash adventures fortune favored with brilliant success, however they were admired by others. Nor did he think them worthy his imitation, but always used to say to his citizens that, so far as lay in his power, they should continue immortal and live forever. Seeing Talmides, the son of Talmes, upon the confidence of his former successes, and flushed with the honor his military actions had procured him, making preparation to attack the Boeotians in their own country when there was no likely opportunity, and that he had prevailed with the bravest and most enterprising of the youth to enlist themselves as volunteers in the service, who, besides his other force, made up 1,000. He endeavored to withhold him and to advise him from it in the public assembly, telling him, in a memorable saying of his, which still goes about, that if he would not take Pericles' advice, yet he would not do amiss to wait and be ruled by time, the wisest counselor of all. This saying, at that time, was but slightly commended, but within a few days after, when news was brought that Tolmedes himself had been defeated and slain in battle near and that many brave citizens had fallen with him, it gained him great repute, as well as goodwill among the people, for wisdom and for love of his countrymen. But of all his expeditions, that to the Chersonese gave most satisfaction and pleasure, having proved the safety of the Greeks who inhabited there, for not only by carrying along with him 1,000 fresh citizens of Athens, he gave new strength and vigor to the cities, but also by belting the neck of land, which joins the peninsula to the continent, with bulwarks and forts from sea. He put a stop to the inroads of the Thracians, who lay all about the Chersonese, and closed the door against a continual and grievous war, with which that country had been long harassed, lying exposed to the encroachments and influx of barbarous neighbors, and groaning under the evils of a predatory population both upon and within its borders. Nor was he less admired and talked of abroad for his sailing round the having set out from Pega, or the fountains, the port of Megara, with 100 galleys. For he not only laid waste the sea coast as Tolmides had done before, but also, advancing far up into mainland with the soldiers he had on board, by the terror of his appearance drove many within their walls, and at Nemea, with main force, rooted and raised a trophy over the Sicilians, who stood their ground and joined battle with him. And having taken on board a supply of soldiers into the galleys, out of Achaia, then in league with Athens, he crossed with the fleet to the opposite continent, and, sailing along by the mouth of the river Achelous, overran Acarnania, and shut up the Aeneada within their city walls, and having ravaged and wasted their country, weighed anchor for home with the double advantage of having shown himself formidable to his enemies, and at the same time safe and energetic to his fellow citizens, for there was not so much as any chance miscarriage that happened the whole voyage through to those who were under his charge, entering also the Euxine Sea with a large and finely equipped fleet. He obtained for the Greek cities any new arrangements they wanted, and entered into friendly relations with them, and to the barbarous nations, and kings and chiefs round about them, displayed the greatness of the power of the Athenians. their perfect ability and confidence to sail wherever they had a mind, and to bring the whole sea under their control. He left the Sinopians 13 ships of war, with soldiers under the command of Lament, to assist them against Timsilius, the tyrant, and when he and his accomplices had been thrown out, obtained a decree that 600 of the Athenians that were willing should sail to Sinope and plant themselves there with the Sinopians, sharing among them the houses and land which the tyrant and his party had previously held. But in other things, he did not comply with the giddy impulses of the citizens, nor quit his own resolutions to follow their fancies, when, carried away with the thought of their strength and great success, they were eager to interfere again in Egypt, and to disturb the king of Persia's maritime dominions. Nay, there were a good many who were even then possessed with that unblessed and inauspicious passion for Sicily, which afterward the orators of Alcibiades's party blew up into a flame. There were some also who dreamt of Tuscany and of Carthage, and not without plausible reason in their present large dominion and the prosperous course of their affairs. But Pericles curbed this passion for foreign conquest, and unsparingly pruned and cut down their ever-busy fancies for a multitude of undertakings, and directed their power for the most part to securing and consolidating what they had already got, supposing it would be quite enough for them to do, if they could keep the Lacedaemonians in check, to whom he entertained all a sense of opposition, which, as upon many other occasions, so he particularly showed by what he did in the time of the Holy War. The Lacedaemonians, having gone with an army to Delphi, restored Apollo's temple, which the Phocians had got into their possession, to the Delphi. Immediately after their departure, Pericles, with another army, came and restored the Phocians, and the Lacedaemonians, having engraven the record of their privilege of consulting the oracle before others, which the Delphians gave them, upon the forehead of the brazen wolf, which stands there, he also, having received from the Phocians the like privilege for the Athenians, had it cut upon the same wolf of brass on his right side, that he did well and wisely in thus restraining the exertions of the Athenians within the compass of Greece. The events themselves that happened afterward bore sufficient witness, for, in the first place, the Euboeans revolted, against whom he passed over with forces, and then, immediately after, news came that the Megarians were turned their enemies, and a hostile army was upon the borders of Attica, under the conduct of Pleistonax, king of the Lacedaemonians. Wherefore Pericles came with his army back again in all haste out of Euboea to meet the war which threatened at home, and did not venture to engage a numerous and brave army, eager for battle, but perceiving that Pleistonax was a very young man, and governed himself mostly by the counsel and advice of Cleandrids, whom the Ephos had sent with him, by reason of his youth, to be a kind of guardian and assistant to him. He privately made trial of this man's integrity, and in a short time, having corrupted him with money, prevailed with him to withdraw the Peloponnesians out of Attica. When the army had retired and dispersed into their several states, the Lacedaemonians in anger fined their king in so large a sum of money that, unable to pay it, he quitted Lath, while Cleandrides fled, and had sentence of death passed upon him in his absence. This was the father of Gylippus, who overpowered the Athenians in Sicily, and it seems that this covetousness was an hereditary disease, transmitted from father to son. For Gylippus also afterwards was caught in foul practices, and expelled from Sparta for it. But this we have told at large in the account of Lysander, when Pericles, in giving up his accounts of this expedition, stated a disbursement of 10 talents, as laid out upon fit occasion. The people, without any question, nor troubling themselves to investigate the mystery, freely allowed of it, and some historians, in which Nombres, Theophrastus, have given it as a truth that Pericles every year used to send privately the sum of 10 talents to Sparta, with which he complimented those in office to keep off the war. Not to purchase peace neither, but time, that he might prepare at leisure, and be the better able to carry on war hereafter, immediately after this, turning his forces against the revolt, and passing over into the island of Euboea, with 50 sail of ships and 5,000 men in arms. He reduced their cities and drove out the citizens of the Chalcedon, called Hippobota, horse feeders, the chief persons for wealth and reputation among them, and removing all the Histians out of the country, brought in a plantation of Athenians in their room, making them his one example of severity, because they had captured an Attic ship and killed all on board. After this, having made a truce between the Athenians and Lacedaemonians for 30 years, he ordered, by public decree, the expedition against the Isle of Samos, on the ground that, when they were bid to leave off their war with the Milesians, they had not complied. And as these measures against the Samians are thought to have been taken to please Aspasia, this may be a fit point for inquiry about the woman. What art or charming faculty she had that enabled her to captivate, as she did, the greatest statesman, and to give the philosophers occasion to speak so much about her, and that, too, not to her disparagement, that she was a Milesian by birth, the daughter of Exaiacus, is a thing acknowledged, and they say it was in emulation of Thergelia, a courtesan of the old Ionian times, that she made her addresses to men of great power. Thergelia was a great beauty, extremely charming, and at the same time she had numerous suitors among the Greeks, and brought all who had to do with her over to the Persian interest, and by their means, being men of the greatest power and station, sowed the seeds of the Median faction up and down in several cities. Aspasia, some say, was courted and caressed by Pericles, upon account of her knowledge and skill in politics. Socrates himself would sometimes go to visit her, and some of his acquaintance with him, and those who frequented her company would carry their wives with them to listen to her. Her occupation was anything but creditable, her house being a home for young courtesans. Aeschines tells us also that Lys, a man of low birth and character, by keeping Aspasia company after Pericles' death, came to be a chief man in Athens, and in Plato's Menexenos, though we do not take the introduction as quite serious, still thus much seems to be historical, that she had the repute of being resorted to by many of the Athenians for instruction in the art of speaking. Pericles' inclination for her seems, however, to have rather proceeded from the passion of love. He had a wife that was near of kin to him, who had been married first to Hipponicus, by whom she had Callias surnamed the Rich, and also she brought Pericles, while she lived with him, 2 sons, Xanthipus and Perillus. Afterwards, when they did not well agree nor like to live together, he parted with her own consent, to another man, and himself took Aspasia, and loved her with wonderful affection every day, both as he went out and as he came in from the marketplace. He saluted and kissed her. In the comedies, she goes by the nicknames of the new Omphale, Endia, and again is styled Juno, Cratinus, in downright terms, calls her a harlot. To find him a Juno, the goddess of lust, bore that harlot past shame, Aspasia by name. It should seem, also, that he had a son by her. Eupolis, in his Demi, introduced Pericles, asking after his safety, and Myronides replying, "My son, he lives, a man he had been long, but that the harlot mother did him wrong. Aspasia, they say, became so celebrated and renowned, that Cyrus also, who made war against Artaxerxes for the Persian monarchy, gave her whom he loved the best of all his concubines the name of Aspasia, who before that was called Milto. She was a Phaeacian by birth, the daughter of one her, and, when Cyrus fell in battle, was carried to the king, and had great influence at court. these things coming into my memory as I am writing this story, it would be unnatural for me to omit them. Pericles, however, was particularly charged with having proposed to the assembly the war against the Samians, from favor to the Milesians, upon the entreaty of Aspasia, for the two states were at war for the possession of Priene, and the Samians, getting the better, refused to lay down their arms and to have the controversy betwixt them decided by arbitration before the Athenians. Pericles, therefore, fitting out a fleet, went and broke up the oligarchical government at Samos, and taking 50 of the principal men of the town as hostages, and as many of their children, sent them to the Isle of Lemnos, there to be kept, though he had offers, as some relate, of a talent apiece for himself from each one of the hostages, and of many other presents from those who were anxious not to have a democracy. Moreover, Pisuthnas, the Persian, one of the king Isurutenon, bearing some goodwill to the Samians, sent him 10,000 pieces of gold to excuse the city. Pericles, however, would receive none of all this. But after he had taken that course with the Samians which he thought fit, and set up a democracy among them, sailed back to Athens. But they, however, immediately revolted, Pisuthnas having privily got away their hostages for them, and provided them with means for the war. Whereupon Pericles came out with a fleet a second time against them, and found them not idle nor slinking away, but manfully resolved to try for the dominion of the sea. The issue was that after a sharp sea fight about the island called Trae, Pericles obtained a decisive victory, having with 44 ships routed 70 of the enemies, 20 of which were carrying soldiers. Together with his victory and pursuit, having made himself master of the port, he laid siege to the Samians, and blocked them up, who, yet, one way or other, still ventured to make sallies, and fight under the city walls. But after that another greater fleet from Athens was arrived, and that the Samians were now shut up, with a close leaguer on every side. Pericles, taking with him 60 galleys, sailed out into the main sea, with the intention, as most authors give the account, to meet a squadron of Phoenician ships that were coming for the Samians' relief, and to fight them at as great distance as could be from the island. But, as Decembrotus says, with a design of putting over to Cyprus, which does not seem to be probable. But whichever of the two was his intent, it seems to have been a miscalculation, for on his departure, Melissus, the son of Ithogenes, a philosopher, being at that time general in Samos, despising either the small number of the ships that were left or the inexperience of the commanders, prevailed with these citizens to attack the Athenians, and the Samians, having won the battle, and taken several of the men prisoners, and disabled several of the ships, were masters of the sea, and brought into port all necessaries they wanted for the war. which they had not before. Aristotle says, too, that Pericles himself had been once before this worsted by this Melissus in a sea fight, the Samians, that they might requite an affront which had before been put upon them, branded the whom they took prisoners in their foreheads with the figure of an owl. For so the Athenians had marked them before with a samina, which is a sort of ship, low and flat in the prow, so as to look snub-nosed, but wide and large and well spread in the hold, by which it both carries a large cargo and sails well. And it was so called because the first of that kind was seen at Samos, having been built by order of Polycrates, the tyrant. These brands upon the Samians' foreheads, they say, are the allusion in the passage of Aristophanes, where he says, For, the Samians are a lettered people. Pericles, as soon as news was brought him of the disaster that had befallen his army, made all the haste he could to come in to their relief, and having defeated Melissus, who bore up against him, and put the enemy to flight, he immediately proceeded to hem them in with a wall, resolving to master them and take the town, rather with some cost and time than with the wounds and hazards of his citizens. But as it was a hard matter to keep back the who were vexed at the delay, and were eagerly bent to fight, he divided the whole multitude into 8 parts, and arranged by lot that part which had the white bean should have leave to feast and take their ease, while the other 7 were fighting. And this is the reason, they say, that people, when at any time they have been merry and enjoyed themselves, call it White Day, in allusion to this white bean. Ephorus, the historian, tells us, besides, that Pericles made use of engines of battery in this siege, being much taken with the curiousness of the invention, with the aid and presence of Artemon himself, the engineer who, being lame, used to be carried about in a litter where the works required his attendance, and for that reason was called But Heraclides Ponticus disproves this out of Anacreon's poems, where mention is made of the Sartaman Periphrita several ages before the Samaean War, or any of these occurrences. And he says that Artemon, being a man who loved his ease, and had a great apprehension of danger, for the most part kept close within doors, having 2 of his servants to hold a brazen shield over his head, that nothing might fall upon him from above. And if he were at any time forced upon necessity to go abroad, that he was carried about in a little hanging bed, close to the very ground, and that for this reason he was called In the 9th month, the Samians surrendering themselves and delivering up the town, Pericles pulled down their walls and seized their shipping, and set a fine of a large sum of money upon them, part of which they paid down at once, and they agreed to bring in the rest by a certain time, and gave hostages for security. Duris, Samian makes a tragical drama out of these events, charging the Athenians and Pericles with a great deal of cruelty, which neither Thucydides nor Aristotle have given any relation of, and probably with little regard to truth. How, for example, he brought the captains and soldiers of the galleys into the marketplace and there having bound them fast to boards for 10 days. Then, when they were already all but half dead, gave order to have them killed by beating out their brains with clubs, and their dead bodies to be flung out into the open streets and fields, unburied. Dorus, however, who even where he has no private feeling concerned, is not wont to keep his narrative within the limits of truth, is the more likely upon this occasion to have exaggerated the calamities which befell his country, to create odium against the Athenians. Pericles, however, after the reduction of Samos, returning back to Athens, took care that those who died in the war should be honorably buried, and made a funeral harangue, as the custom is, in their commendation at their graves, for which he gained great admiration. As he came down from the stage on which he spoke, the rest of the women came and complimented him, taking him by the hand, and crowning him with garlands and ribbons, like a victorious athlete in the games. But Elpinus, coming near to him, said, "These are brave deeds, Pericles, that you have done, and such as deserve our chaplets, who have lost us many a worthy citizen, not in a war with Phoenicians or Medes, like my brother Simon, but for the overthrow of an allied and kindred city." As Elpinus spoke these words, he, smiling quietly, as it is said, returned her answer with this verse: "Old women should not seek to be perfumed." Ion says of him, that upon this exploit of his, conquering the Samians, he indulged very high and proud thoughts of himself, whereas Agamemnon was 10 years taking a barbarous city. He had in 9 months' time vanquished and taken the greatest and most powerful of the Ionians, and indeed it was not without reason that he assumed this glory to himself. For, in real truth, there was much uncertainty and great hazard in this war. If so be, as Thucydides tells us, the Samian state were within a very little of wresting the whole power and dominion of the sea out of the Athenians' hands. After this was over, the Peloponnesian War beginning to break out in full tide, he advised the people to send help to the Caucasians, who were attacked by the Corinthians, and to secure to themselves an island possessed of great naval resources, since the Peloponnesians were already all but in actual hostilities against them, the people readily consenting to the motion and voting in aid and succor for them. He dispatched Lacedaemonius, Simon's son, having only 10 ships with him, as it were out of a design to affront him. For there was a great kindness and friendship betwixt Simon's family and the Lacedaemonians. So, in order that Lacedaemonius might lie the more open to a charge, or suspicion at least, of favoring the Lacedaemonians and playing false. If he performed no considerable exploit in this service, he allowed him a small number of ships and sent him out against his will. And indeed he made it somewhat his business to hinder Simon's sons from rising in the state, professing that by their very names they were not to be looked upon as native and true Athenians, but foreigners and strangers, one being called Lacedaemonius, another Desolus, and a third Elias, and they were all three of them, it was thought, born of an Arcadian woman, being, however, ill spoken of, on account of these 10 galleys, as having afforded but a small supply to the people that were in need, and yet given a great advantage to those who might complain of the act of intervention. Pericles sent out a larger force afterward to Corcyra, which arrived after the fight was over, and when now the Corinthians, angry and indignant with the Athenians, accused them publicly. At Lacedaemon, the Megarians joined with them, complaining that they were contrary to common right, and the articles of peace sworn to among the Greeks, kept out and driven away from every market and from all ports under the control of the Athenians. The Aeginetans, also professing to be ill-used and treated with violence, made supplications in private to the Lacedaemonians for redress, though not daring openly to call the Athenians in question. In the meantime, also the city Petitia, under the dominion of Athenians, but a colony formerly of the Corinthians, had revolted and was beset with a formal siege, and was a further occasion of precipitating the war. Yet notwithstanding all this, there being embassies sent to Athens, and Archidamus, the king of the Lacedaemonians, endeavoring to bring the greater part of the complaints and matters in dispute to a fair determination, and to pacify and allay the heats of the allies, it is very likely that the war would not upon any other grounds of quarrel have fallen upon the Athenians, could they have been prevailed with to repeal the ordinance against the Megarians, and to be reconciled to them, upon which account, since Pericles was the man who mainly opposed it, and stirred up the people's passions to persist in their contention with the Megarenes, he was regarded as the sole cause of the war. They say, moreover, that ambassadors went by order from Lacedaemon to Athens about this very business, and that when Pericles was urging a certain law which made it illegal to take down or withdraw the tablet of the decree, one of the ambassadors, Polyalces by name, said, "Well, do not take it down then, but turn it. There is no law, I suppose, which forbids that," which, though prettily said, did not move Pericles from his resolution. There may have been, in all likelihood, something of a secret grudge and private animosity which he had against the Yet, upon a public and open charge against them, that they had appropriated part of the sacred land on the frontier, he proposed a decree that a herald should be sent to them, and the same also to the Lacedaemonians, with an accusation of the Megarians, an order which certainly shows equitable and friendly proceeding enough. And after that the herald who was sent by name and it was believed that the Megarians had contrived his death. Then Serenus proposed the decree against them, that there should be an irreconcilable and implacable enmity thenceforward betwixt the two commonwealths, and that if any one of the Megarians should but set his foot in Attica, he should be put to death, and that the commanders, when they take the usual oath, should over and above that swear that they will twice every year make an inroad into the Megarian country, and that Anthemacretus should be buried near the Thriasian gates, which are now called the Dipola, or Double Gate. On the other hand, the utterly denying and disowning the murder of and throw the whole matter upon Aspasia and Pericles, availing themselves of the famous verses in the to Megara. Some of our madcaps ran and stole Semithevents, their courtesan, which exploit the Megarians to outdo, came to Aspasia's house, and took off to dot. The true occasion of the quarrel is not so easy to find out, but of inducing the refusal to annul the decree, all alike charge Some say he met the request with a positive refusal, out of high spirit and a view of the state's best interests, accounting that the demand made in those embassies was designed for a trial of their compliance, and that a concession would be taken for a confession of weakness, as if they durst not do otherwise, while some there are who say that it was rather out of arrogance and a wilful spirit of contention, to show his own strength, that he took occasion to slight the Lacedaemonians. The worst motive of all, which is confirmed by most witnesses, is to the following effect. Phidias the molder had, as has before been said, undertaken to make the statue of Minerva. Now he, being admitted to friendship with Pericles, and a great favorite of his, had many enemies upon this account, who envied and maligned him, who also, to make trial, in a case of his, what kind of judges the commons would prove, should there be occasion to bring Pericles himself before them, having tampered with Menon, one who had been a workman with Phidias, stationed him ill the marketplace, with a petition desiring public security upon his discovery and impeachment of Phidias. The people admitting the man to tell his story, and the prosecution proceeding in the assembly, there was nothing of theft or cheat proved against him, for Phidias, from the very first beginning, by the advice of Pericles, had so wrought and wrapped the gold that was used in the work about the statue, that they might take it all off, and make out the just weight of it, which Pericles at that time bade the accusers do. But the reputation of his works was what brought envy upon Phidias, especially that, where he represents the fight of the Amazons upon the goddess's shield. He'd introduced the likeness of himself as a bald old man holding up a great stone with both hands, and had put in a very fine representation of Pericles fighting with an Amazon, and the position of the hand which holds out the spear in front of the face, was ingeniously contrived to conceal in some degree the likeness which, meantime, showed itself on either side. Phidias then was carried away to prison, and there died of a disease. But, as some say, of poison, administered by the enemies of Pericles, to raise a slander or a suspicion, at least as though he had procured it, the informer Manon. Upon Glycane's proposal, the people made free from payment of taxes and customs, and ordered the generals to take care that nobody should do him any hurt. About the same time, Aspasia was indicted of him upon the complaint of Hermippus, the comedian, who also laid further to her charge that she received into her house freeborn women for the uses of Pericles, and Diopithes proposed a decree that public accusation should be laid against persons who neglected religion or taught new doctrines about things above, directing suspicion by means of annex against Pericles himself. The people receiving and admitting these accusations and complaints, at length, by this means, they came to enact a decree, at the motion of that Pericles should bring in the accounts of the moneys he had expended, and lodge them with the Prytanes, and that the judges, carrying their suffrage from the altar in the Acropolis, should examine and determine the business in the city. This last clause Hagnon took out of the decree, and moved that the causes should be tried before 1,500 jurors, whether they should be styled prosecutions for robbery or bribery or any kind of Aspasia. Pericles begged off, shedding, as Aeschines says, many tears at the trial, and personally entreating the jurors, but fearing how it might go with Anaxagoras, he sent him out of the city, and finding that in Phidias's case he had miscarried with the people, being afraid of impeachment, he kindled the war, which hitherto had lingered and smothered, and blew it up into a flame, hoping by that means to disperse and scatter these complaints and charges, and to allay their jealousy, the city usually throwing herself upon him alone, and trusting to his sole conduct upon the urgency of great affairs and public dangers, by reason of his authority and the sway he bore. These are given out to have been the reasons which induced Pericles not to suffer the people of Athens to yield to the proposals of the Lacedaemonians, but their truth is uncertain. could once remove him, they might be at what terms they pleased with the sent them word that they should expel the pollution with which Pericles on the mother's side was tainted, as Thucydides tells us. But the issue proved quite contrary to what those who sent the message expected. Instead of bringing Pericles under suspicion and reproach, they raised him into yet greater credit and esteem with the citizens as a man whom their enemies most hated and feared. In the same way, also, before Archidamus, who was at the head of the Peloponnesians, made his invasion into Attica, he told the Athenians beforehand that if Archidamus, while he laid waste the rest of the country, should forbear and spare his estate, either on the ground of friendship or right of hospitality, that was betwixt them, or on purpose to give his enemies an occasion of traducing him, that then he did freely bestow upon the state all that his land and the buildings upon it, for the public use. The Lacedaemonians, therefore, and their allies, with a great army, invaded the Athenian territories under the conduct of King Archidamus, and laying waste the country, marched on as far as and there pitched their camp, presuming that the Athenians would never endure that, but would come out and fight them for their country's and their honor's sake. But Pericles looked upon it as dangerous to engage in battle, to the risk of the city itself, against 60,000 men-at-arms of Peloponnese, for so many they were in number that made the inroad at first, and he endeavored to appease those who were desirous to fight, and were grieved and discontented to see how things went, and gave them good words, saying that trees, when they are lopped and cut, grow up again in a short time, but men, being once lost, cannot easily be recovered. He did not convene the people into an assembly, for fear lest they should force him to act against his judgment, but, like a skillful steersman, or pilot of a ship, who, when a sudden squall comes on out at sea, makes all his arrangements, sees that all is tight and fast, and then follows the dictates of his skill, and minds the business of the ship, taking no notice of the tears and entreaties of the seasick and fearful passengers. So he, having shut up the city gates, and placed guards at all posts for security, followed his own reason and judgment, little regarding those that cried out against him and were angry at his management, although there were a great many of his friends that urged him with requests, and many of his enemies threatened and accused him for doing as he did, and many made songs and lampoons upon him, which were sung about the town to his disgrace, reproaching him with the cowardly exercise of his office of general, and the tame abandonment of everything to the enemy's hands. Cleon also already was among his assailants, making use of the feeling against him as a step to the leadership of the people, as appears in the anapestic verses of Hermoppus say to King, instead of swords, will you always handle words? Very brave indeed we find them. but Achilles lurks behind them. Yet to gnash your teeth you're seen, when the little dagger keen, whetted every day anew, of sharp Cleon touches you. Pericles, however, was not at all moved by any attacks, but took all patiently, and submitted in silence to the disgrace they throw upon him, and the ill will they bore him. And, sending out a fleet of 100 galleys to Peloponnesus, he did not go along with it in person, but stayed behind, that he might watch at home and keep the city under his own control, till the Peloponnesians broke up their camp and were gone. Yet to soothe the common people, jaded and distressed with the war, he relieved them with distributions of public moneys, and ordained new divisions of subject land. For having turned out all the people of Aegina, he parted the island among the Athenians, according to lot. Some comfort also, and ease in their miseries, they might receive from what their enemies endured. For the fleet sailing round the Peloponnese ravaged a great deal of the country, and pillaged and plundered the towns and smaller cities, and by land he himself entered with an army the Megarian country, and made havoc of it all, whence it is clear that the Peloponnesians, though they did the Athenians much mischief by land, yet suffering as much themselves from them by sea, would not have protracted the war to such a length, but would quickly have given it over, as Pericles at first foretold they would, had not some divine power crossed human purposes. In the first place, the pestilential disease or plague seized upon the city, and ate up all the flower and prime of their youth and strength, upon occasion of which the people, distempered and afflicted in their souls, as well as in their bodies, were utterly enraged, like madmen, against Pericles, and, like patients grown delirious, sought to lay violent hands on their physician, or, as it were, their father. They had been possessed by his enemies with the belief that the occasion of the plague was the crowding of the country people together into the town, forced as they were now, in the heat of the summer weather, to dwell many of them together, even as they could, in small tenements and stifling hovels, and to be tied to a lazy course of life within doors, whereas before they lived in a pure, open, and free air. The cause and author of all this, said they, is he who on account of the war has poured a multitude of people from the country in upon us within the walls, and uses all these many men that he has here upon no employ or service, but keeps them pent up like cattle, to be overrun with infection from one another, affording them neither shift of quarters nor any refreshment, with the design to remedy these evils, and do the enemy some inconvenience. Pericles got 150 galleys ready, and having embarked many tried soldiers, both foot and horse, was about to sail out, giving great hope to his citizens, and no less alarm to his enemies. upon the sight of so great a force. And now the vessels having their complement of men, and Pericles being gone aboard his own galley, it happened that the sun was eclipsed, and it grew dark on a sudden, to the affright of all. For this was looked upon as extremely ominous. Pericles, therefore, perceiving the steersman seized with fear and at a loss, took his cloak and held it up before the man's face, and, screening him with it so that he could not see, asked him whether he imagined there was any great hurt, or the sign of any great hurt in this. And he answering, "No, why," said he, "and what does that differ from this? Only that what has caused that darkness there is something greater than a cloak. This is a story which philosophers tell their scholars." Pericles, however, after putting out to sea, seems not to have done any other exploit befitting such preparations. And when he had laid siege to the holy city, which gave him some hope of surrender, miscarried in his design by reason of the sickness. For it not only seized upon the Athenians, but upon all others, too, that held any sort of communication with the army. Finding after this the Athenians ill affected and highly displeased with him, he tried and endeavored what he could to appease and re-encourage them. But he could not pacify or allay their anger, nor persuade or prevail with them any way, till they freely passed their votes upon him, resumed their power, took away his command from him, and fined him in a sum of money, which, by their account that say least, was 15 talents, while they who reckon most name 50. The name prefixed to the accusation was Cleon, as Idomeneus tells us, Simmias, according to Theophrastus, and Heraclides Ponticus gives it as Lacretidas. After this, public troubles were soon to leave him unmolested. The people, so to say, discharged their passion in their stroke, and lost their stings in the wound. But his domestic concerns were in an unhappy condition, many of his friends and acquaintance having died in the plague time, and those of his family having long since been in disorder and in a kind of mutiny against him. For the eldest of his lawfully begotten sons, Xanthippus by name, being naturally prodigal, and marrying a young and expensive wife, the daughter of Tysander, son of was highly offended at his father's economy in making him but a scanty allowance, by little and little at a time. He sent, therefore, to a friend one day, and borrowed some money of him in his father, Pericles' name, pretending it was by his order. The man coming afterward to demand the debt, Pericles was so far from yielding to pay it that he entered an action against him, upon which the young man, Xantippus, thought himself so ill-used and disobliged that he openly reviled his father, telling, first, by way of ridicule, stories about his conversations at home, and the discourses he had with the sophists and scholars that came to his house, as for instance, how one who was a practicer of the 5 games of skill, having with a dart or javelin, unawares against his will struck and killed Epitomist. His father spent a whole day with Protagoras in a serious dispute, whether the javelin, or the man that threw it, or the masters of the games who appointed these sport, were, according to the strictest and best reason, to be accounted the cause of this mission. Besides this, Stesimbrotus tells us that it was Xanthippus who spread abroad among the people the infamous story concerning his own wife, and in general that this difference of the young man's with his father, and the breach betwixt them, continued never to be healed or made up till his death. For Xanthippus died in the plague time of the sickness, at which time Pericles also lost his sister, and the greatest part of his relations and friends, and those who had been most useful and serviceable to him in managing the affairs of state. However, he did not shrink or give in upon these occasions, nor betray or lower his high spirit and the greatness of his mind under all his misfortunes. He was not even so much as seen to weep or to mourn, or even attend the burial of any of his friends or relations, till at last he lost his only remaining legitimate son, subdued by this blow and yet striving still, as far as he could, to maintain his principle and to preserve and keep up the greatness of his soul when he came, however, to perform the ceremony of putting a garland of flowers upon the head of the corpse. He was vanquished by his passion at the sight, so that he burst into exclamations, and shed copious tears, having never done any such thing in all his life before. The city having made trial of other generals for the conduct of war, and orators for business of state, when they found there was no one who was of weight enough for such a charge, or of authority sufficient to be trusted with so great a command, regretted the loss of him, and invited him again to address and advise them, and to reassume the office of general. He, however, lay at home in dejection and mourning, but was persuaded by Alcibiades and others of his friends to come abroad and show himself to the people, who, having, upon his appearance, made their acknowledgments and apologized for their untowardly treatment of him, he undertook the public affairs once more, and, being chosen general, requested that the statute concerning base-born children, which he himself had formerly caused to be made, might be suspended, that so the name and race of his family might not, for absolute want of a lawful heir to succeed, be wholly lost and extinguished. The case of the statute was thus: Pericles, when long ago at the height of his power in the state, having then, as has been said, children lawfully begotten, proposed a law that those only should be reputed true citizens of Athens who were born of such parents as were both Athenians. After this, the king of Egypt, having sent to the people, by way of present, 40,000 bushels of wheat, which were to be shared out among the citizens, A great many actions and suits about legitimacy occurred by virtue of that edict, cases which, till that time, had not been known, nor taken notice of, and several persons suffered by false accusations. There were little less than 5,000 who were convicted and sold for slaves. Those who, enduring the test, remained in the government and passed muster for true. Athenians were found upon the poll to be 14,040 persons in number. It looked strange that a law which had been carried so far against so many people should be cancelled again by the same man that made it. Yet the present calamity and distress which Pericles labored under in his family broke through all objections and prevailed with the Athenians to pity him, as one whose losses and misfortunes had sufficiently punished his former arrogance and haughtiness. His sufferings deserved, they thought, their pity and even indignation, and his request was such as became a man to ask and men to grant. They gave him permission to enroll his son in the register of his fraternity, giving him his own name. This son afterward, after having defeated the Peloponnesians at Arginusi, was, with his fellow generals, put to death by the people. About the time when his son was enrolled, it should seem, the plague seized not with sharp and violent fits, as it did others that had it, but with a dull and lingering distemper, attended with various changes and alterations, leisurely, by little and little, wasting the strength of his body, and undermining the noble faculties of his soul, so that Theophrastus, in his Morals, when discussing whether men's characters change with their circumstances and their moral habits, disturbed by the ailings of their bodies, start aside from the rules of virtue, has left it upon record that Pericles, when he was sick, showed one of his friends that came to visit him an amulet or charm that the women had hung about his neck, as much as to say that he was very sick indeed when he would admit of such a foolery as that was. When he was now near his end, the best of the citizens and those of his friends who were left alive, sitting about him, were speaking of the greatness of his merit and his power, and reckoning up his famous actions and the number of his victories, for there were no less than 9 trophies, which, as their chief commander and conqueror of their enemies, he had set up for the honor of the city. They talked thus together among themselves, as though he were unable to understand or mind what they said, but had now lost his consciousness. He had listened, however, all the while, and attended to all, and speaking out among them, said that he wondered they should commend and take notice of things which were as much owing to fortune as to anything else, and had happened to many other commanders, and, at the same time, should not speak or make mention of that which was the most excellent and greatest thing of all. For, said he, no Athenian, through my means, ever wore mourning. He was indeed a character deserving our high admiration, not only for his equitable and mild temper, which all along in the many affairs of his life, and the great animosities which he incurred, he constantly maintained, but also for the high spirit and feeling which made him regard it the noblest of all his honors that, in the exercise of such immense power, he never had gratified his envy or his passion, nor ever had treated any enemy as irreconcilably opposed to him. And to me it appears that this one thing gives that otherwise childish and arrogant title a fitting and becoming significance. So dispassionate a temper, a life so pure and unblemished, in the height of power and place, might well be called Olympian, in accordance with our conceptions of the divine beings, to whom, as the natural authors of all good and of nothing evil, we ascribe the rule and government of the world, not as the poets represent, who, while confounding us with their ignorant fancies, are themselves confuted by their own poems and fictions, and call the place, indeed, where they say, the gods make their abode, a secure and quiet seat, free from all hazards and commotions, untroubled with winds or with clouds, and equally through all time illumined with a soft serenity and a pure light, as though such were a home most agreeable for a blessed and immortal nature, and yet, in the meanwhile, affirm that the gods themselves are full of trouble and enmity and anger and other passions, which no way become or belong to even men that have any understanding. But this will, perhaps, seem a subject fitter for some other consideration, and that ought to be treated of in some other place. The course of public affairs after his death produced a quick and speedy sense of the loss of Pericles. Those who, while he lived, resented his great authority as that which eclipsed themselves, presently after his quitting the stage, making trial of the orators and demagogues, readily acknowledged that there never had been in nature such a disposition as his was, more moderate and reasonable in the height of that state he took upon him, or more grave and impressive in the mildness which he used, and that invidious arbitrary power to which formerly they gave the name of monarchy and tyranny, did then appear to have been the chief bulwark of public safety. So great a corruption and such a flood of mischief and vice followed, which he, by keeping weak and low, had withheld from notice, and had prevented from attaining incurable height through a licentious impunity. Ephebius having related the memorable actions of Pericles, our history now proceeds to the life of Fabius, a son of Hercules, and a nymph, or some woman of that country, who brought him forth on the banks of Tiber, was, it is said, the first Fabius, the founder of the numerous and distinguished family of the name. Others will have it that they were first called Fodi, because the first of the race delighted in digging pitfalls for wild beasts, fordere being still the Latin for to dig, and fossa for a ditch, and that in process of time. By the change of the two letters they grew to be called Fabi. But be these things true or false, certain it is that this family for a long time yielded a great number of eminent persons. Our Fabius, who was fourth in descent from that Fabius Rullus who first brought the honorable surname of Maximus into his family, was also, by way of personal nickname, called Verrucases from a wart on his upper lip, and in his childhood they in like manner named him Ovicula, or the Lamb, on account of his extreme mildness of temper, his slowness in speaking, his long labor and pains in learning, his deliberation in entering into the sports of other children, his easy submission to everybody, as if he had no will of his own, made those who judged superficially of him, the greater number, esteem him insensible and stupid, and few only saw that this tardiness proceeded from stability, and discerned the greatness of his mind, and the lion-likeness of his temper. But as soon as he came into employments, his virtues exerted and showed themselves. His reputed want of energy then was recognized by people in general as a freedom of passion, his slowness in words and actions, the effect of a true prudence, his want of rapidity, and his sluggishness as constancy and firmness, living in a great commonwealth, surrounded by many enemies. He saw the wisdom of inuring his body nature's own weapon to warlike exercises, and disciplining his tongue for public oratory in a style conformable to his life and character. His eloquence, indeed, had not much of popular ornament, nor empty artifice, but there was in it great weight of sense. It was strong and sententious, much after the way of Thucydides. We have yet extant his funeral oration upon the death of his son, who died consul, which he recited before the people. He was 5 times consul, and in his first consulship had the honor of a triumph for the victory he gained over the legions, whom he defeated in a set battle and drove them to take shelter in the Alps, from whence they never after made any inroad nor depredation upon their neighbors. After this, Hannibal came into Italy, who, at his first entrance, having gained a great battle near the river Tribia, traversed all Tuscany with his victorious army, and, desolating the country round about, filled Rome itself with astonishment and terror, besides the more common signs of thunder and lightning then happening, the report of several unheard of and utterly strange portents, much increased the popular consternation, for it was said that some targets sweated blood, that at Antium, when they reaped their corn, many of the ears were filled with blood, that it had rained red-hot stones, that the Phalearians had seen the heavens open and several scrolls fallen down, in one of which was plainly written. Mars himself stirs his arms. But these prodigies had no effect upon the impetuous and fiery temper of the consul, whose natural promptness had been much heightened by his late unexpected victory over the Gauls, when he fought them contrary to the order of the Senate and the advice of his colleague. Fabius, on the other side, thought it not seasonable to engage with the enemy, not that he much regarded the prodigies, which he thought too strange to be easily understood, though many were alarmed by them. But in regard that the Carthaginians were but few, and in want of money and supplies, he deemed it best not to meet in the field a general whose army had been tried in many encounters, and whose object was a battle, but to send aid to their allies, control the movements of the various subject cities, and let the force and vigor of Hannibal waste away and expire like a flame, for want of aliment. These weighty reasons did not prevail with Flaminius, who protested he would never suffer the advance of the enemy to the city, nor be reduced, like Camillus in former time, to fight for Rome within the walls of Rome. Accordingly, he ordered the tribunes to draw out the army into the field, and though he himself, leaping on horseback to go out, was no sooner mounted but the beast, without any apparent cause, fell into so violent a fit of trembling and bounding that he cast his rider headlong on the ground. He was no ways deterred, but proceeded as he had begun, and marched forward up to Hannibal, who was posted near the Lake Thrasimene in Tuscany. At the moment of this engagement, there happened so great an earthquake that it destroyed several towns, altered the course of rivers, and carried off parts of high cliffs, yet such was the eagerness of the combatants that they were entirely insensible of it. In this battle Flaminius fell, after many proofs of his strength and courage, and round about him all the bravest of the army. In the whole, 15,000 were killed, and as many made prisoners. Hannibal, desirous to bestow funeral honors upon the body of Flaminius, made diligent search after it, but could not find it among the dead, nor was it ever known what became of it. Upon the former engagement near Trebia, neither the general who rode nor the express who told the news used straightforward and direct terms, nor related it otherwise than as a drawn battle, with equal loss on either side. But on this occasion, as soon as Pomponius, the praetor, had the intelligence, he caused the people to assemble, and, without disguising or dissembling the matter, told them plainly, "We are beaten, O Romans, in a great battle. The consul Flaminius is killed. Think, therefore, what is to be done for your safety." Letting loose his news like a gale of wind upon an open sea, he threw the city into utter confusion. In such consternation, their thoughts found no support or stay. The danger at hand at last awakened their judgments into a resolution to choose a dictator who, by the sovereign authority of his office, and by his personal wisdom and courage, might be able to manage the public affairs. Their choice unanimously fell upon Fabius, whose character seemed equal to the greatness of the office, whose age was so far advanced as to give him experience without taking from him the vigor of action. His body could execute what his soul designed, and his temper was a happy compound of confidence and cautiousness. Fabius, being thus installed in the office of dictator, in the first place gave the command of the horse to Lucius and next asked leave of the Senate for himself, that in time of battle he might serve on horseback, which by an ancient law amongst the Romans was forbid to their generals, whether it were that placing their greatest strength in their foot, they would have their commanders-in-chief posted amongst them, or else to let them know that how great and absolute soever their authority were, the people and Senate were still their masters, of whom they must ask leave. Fabius, however, to make the authority of his charge more observable, and to render the people more submissive and obedient to him, caused himself to be accompanied with the full body of 24 and when the surviving consul came to visit him, sent him word to dismiss his lictors with their fasces, the ensigns of authority, and appear before him as a private person. The first solemn action of his dictatorship was very fitly a religious one, an admonition to the people that their late overthrow had not befallen them through want of courage in their soldiers, but through the neglect of divine ceremonies in the general. He therefore exhorted them not to fear the enemy, but by extraordinary honor to propitiate the gods. This he did, not to fill their minds with superstition, but by religiously feeling to raise their courage, and lessen their fear of the enemy by inspiring the belief that heaven was on their side. With this view, the secret prophecies called the Sibylline books were consulted. Sundry predictions found in them were said to refer to the fortunes and events of the time, but none except the consultor was informed. Presenting himself to the people, the dictator made a vow before them to offer and sacrifice the whole product of the next season, all Italy over, of the cows, goats, swine, sheep, both in the mountains and the plains, and to celebrate musical festivities with an expenditure of the precise sum of 333 sestertia, ando 333 denar, with 1/3 of a denarius over, the sum total of which is, in our money, 83,583 drachmas, and to what the mystery might be in that exact number is not easy to determine, unless it were in honor of the perfection of the number 3, as being the first of odd numbers, the first that contains in itself multiplication, with all other properties whatsoever belonging to numbers in general. In this manner, Fabius, having given the people better heart for the future by making them believe that the gods took their side. For his own part, placed his whole confidence in himself, believing that the gods bestowed victory and good fortune by the instrumentality of valor and of prudence, and thus prepared he set forth to oppose Hannibal, not with intention to fight him, but with the purpose of wearing out and wasting the vigor of his arms by lapse of time, of meeting his want of resources by superior means, by large numbers the smallness of his forces. With this design, he always encamped on the highest grounds, where the enemy's horse could have no access to him. Still he kept pace with them. When they marched, he followed them. When they encamped, he did the same, but at such a distance as not to be compelled to an engagement, and always keeping upon the hills, free from the insults of their horse, by which means he gave them no rest, but kept them in a continual alarm. But this, his dilatory way, gave occasion in his own camp for suspicion of want of courage, and this opinion prevailed yet more in Hannibal's army. Hannibal was himself the only man who was not deceived, who discerned his skill and detected his tactics, and saw, unless he could by art or force bring him to battle, that the Carthaginians, unable to use the arms in which they were superior, and suffering the continual drain of lives and treasure in which they were inferior, would in the end come to nothing. He resolved, therefore, with all the arts and subtleties of war, to break his measures and to bring Fabius to an engagement like a cunning wrestler, watching every opportunity to get good hold and close with his adversary. He at one time attacked and sought to distract his attention, tried to draw him off in various directions, endeavored in all ways to tempt him from his safe policy. All this artifice, though it had no effect upon the firm judgment and conviction of the dictator, yet upon the common soldier, and even upon the general of the horse himself, it had too great an operation. Minucius, unseasonably eager for action, bold and confident, humored the soldiery, and himself contributed to fill them with wild eagerness and empty hopes, which they vented in reproaches upon Fabius, calling him Hannibal's pedagogue, since he did nothing else but follow him up and down and wait upon him. At the same time, they cried up Minucius for the only captain worthy to command the Romans, whose vanity and presumption rose so high in consequence that he insolently jested at Fabius's encampments upon the mountains, saying that he seated them there as on a theater, to behold the flames and desolation of their country. And he would sometimes ask the friends of the general whether it were not his meaning, by thus leading them from mountain to mountain, to carry them at last, having no hopes on earth, up into heaven, or to hide them in the clouds from Hannibal's army. When his friends reported these things to the dictator, persuading him that, to avoid the general he should engage the enemy, his answer was, I should be more faint-hearted than they make me, if, through fear of idle reproaches, I should abandon my own convictions. It is no inglorious thing to have fear for the safety of our country, but to be turned from one's course by men's opinions, by blame, and by misrepresentation shows a man unfit to hold an office such as this, which, by such conduct, he makes the slave of those whose errors it is his business to control. An oversight of Hannibal occurred soon after. Desirous to refresh his horse in some good pasture grounds, and to draw off his army, he ordered his guides to conduct him to the district of Cassino. They, mistaking his bad pronunciation, led him and his army to the town of Casilinum. On the frontier of Campania, which the river Loth, called by the Romans Volturnus, divides in two parts. The country around is enclosed by mountains, with a valley opening towards the sea, in which the river overflowing forms a quantity of marshland with deep banks of sand, and discharges itself into the sea on a very unsafe and rough shore. While Hannibal was proceeding hither, Fabius, by his knowledge of the roads, succeeded in making his way around before him, and dispatched 4,000 choice men to seize the exit from it, and stop him up, and lodged the rest of his army upon the neighboring hills in the most advantageous places, at the same time detaching a party of his lightest armed men to fall upon Hannibal's rear, which they did with such success that they cut off 800 of them and put the whole army in disorder. Hannibal, finding the error and the danger he was fallen into, immediately crucified the guides, but considered the enemy to be so advantageously posted that there was no hopes of breaking through them, while his soldiers began to be despondent and terrified, and to think themselves surrounded with embarrassments too difficult to be surmounted. Thus reduced, Hannibal had recourse to stratagem. He caused 2,000 head of oxen which he had in his camp to have torches or dry faggots well fastened to their horns, and lighting them in the beginning of the night, ordered the beasts to be driven on towards the heights commanding the passages out of the valley and the enemy's posts. When this was done, he made his army in the dark leisurely march after them. The oxen at first kept a slow, orderly pace, and with their lighted heads resembled an army marching by night, astonishing the shepherds and herds, men of the hills about. But when the fire had burnt down the horns of the beasts to the quick, they no longer observed their sober pace, but, unruly and wild, with their pain, ran dispersed about, tossing their heads and scattering the fire round about them upon each other and setting light as they passed to the trees. This was a surprising spectacle to the Romans on guard upon the heights. Seeing flames which appeared to come from men advancing with torches, they were possessed with the alarm that the enemy was approaching in various quarters, and that they were being surrounded, and, quitting their post, abandoned the pass, and precipitately retired to their camp. On the hills they were no sooner gone, but the light-armed of Hannibal's men, according to his order, immediately seized the heights, and soon after the whole army, with all the baggage, came up and safely marched through the passage before the night was over, quickly found out the trick. For some of the beasts fell into his hands, but for fear of an ambush in the dark, he kept his men all night to their arms in the camp. As soon as it was day, he attacked the enemy in the rear, where, after a good deal of skirmishing in the uneven ground, the disorder might have become general. But that Hannibal detached from his Vanabodio Spaniards, who, of themselves active and nimble, were accustomed to the climbing of mountains. These briskly attacked the Roman troops, who were in heavy armor, killed a good many, and left Fabius no longer in condition to follow the enemy. This action brought the extreme of obloquy and contempt upon the dictator. They said it was now manifest that he was not only inferior to his adversary, as they had always thought, in courage, but even in that conduct, foresight, and generalship, by which he had proposed to bring the war to an end. And Hannibal, to enhance their anger against him, marched with his army close to the lands and possessions of Fabius, and, giving orders to his soldiers to burn and destroy all the country about, forbade them to do the least damage in the estates of the Roman general, and placed guards for their security. This, when reported at Rome, had the effect with the people which Hannibal desired. Their tribunes raised 1,000 stories against him, chiefly at the instigation of Metilius, who, not so much out of hatred to him as out of friendship to whose kinsman he was, thought by depressing Fabius to raise his friend. The Senates, on their part, were also offended with him for the bargain he had made with Hannibal about the exchange of prisoners, the conditions of which were that, after exchange made of man for man, if any on either side remained, they should be redeemed at the price of 250 drachmas a head. Upon the whole account, there remained 240 Romans unexchanged, and the Senate now not only refused to allow money for the ransoms, but also reproached Fabius for making a contract contrary to the honor and interest of the Commonwealth, for redeeming men whose cowardice had put them in the hands of the enemy. Fabius heard and endured all this with invincible patience, and, having no money by him, and on the other side being resolved to keep his word with Hannibal and not to abandon the captive, he dispatched his son to Rome to sell land, and to bring with him the price sufficient to discharge the ransoms, which was punctually performed by his son, and delivery accordingly made to him of the prisoners, amongst whom many, when they were released, made proposals to repay the money, which Fabius in all cases declined. About this time, he was called to Rome by the priests to assist, according to the duty of his office, at certain sacrifices, and was thus forced to leave the command of the army with Minucius, but before he parted, not only charged him as his commander-in-chief, but besought and entreated him not to come in his absence to a battle with Hannibal. His commands, entreaties, and advice were lost upon Minucius, for his back was no sooner turned but the new general immediately sought occasions to attack the enemy. A notice being brought him that Hannibal had sent out a great part of his army to forage, he fell upon a detachment of the remainder, doing great execution and driving them to their very camp, with no little terror to the rest, who apprehended their breaking in upon them. And when Hannibal had recalled his scattered forces to the camp, he, nevertheless, without any loss, made his retreat, a success which aggravated his boldness and presumption, and filled the soldiers with rash confidence. The news spread to Rome, where Fabius, on being told it, said that what he most feared was Minucius's success, but the people, highly elated, hurried to the forum to listen to an address from Metilius, the tribune, in which he infinitely extolled the valor of Minucius, and fell bitterly upon Fabius, accusing him for want not merely of courage, but even of loyalty, and not only him, but also many other eminent and considerable persons, saying that it was they that had brought the Carthaginians into Italy with the design to destroy the liberty of the people, for which end they had at once put the supreme authority into the hands of a single person, who by his slowness and delays might give Hannibal leisure to establish himself in Italy, and the people of Carthage time and opportunity to supply him with fresh succors to complete his conquests. Fabius came forward with no intention to answer the tribune, but only said that they should expedite the sacrifices, that so he might speedily return to the army to punish Minucius, who had presumed to fight contrary to his orders, words which immediately possessed the people with the belief that Minucius stood in danger of his life, for it was in the power of the dictator to imprison and to put to death, and they feared that Fabius, of a mild temper in general, would be as hard to be appeased when once irritated, as he was slow to be provoked. Nobody dared to raise his voice in opposition, Metilius alone, whose office of tribune gave him security to say what he pleased. For in the time of a dictatorship that magistrate alone preserves his authority, boldly applied himself to the people in the behalf of Minucius, that they should not suffer him to be made a sacrifice to the enmity of Fabius, nor permit him to be destroyed, like the son of Manlius Torquatus, who was beheaded by his father for a victory fought and triumphantly won against order. He exhorted them to take away from Fabius that absolute power of a dictator, and to put it into more worthy hands, better able and more inclined to use it for the public good. These impressions very much prevailed upon the people, though not so far as wholly to dispossess Fabius of the dictatorship. But they decreed that Minucius should have an equal authority with the dictator in the conduct of the war, which was a thing then without precedent, though a little later it was again practiced after the disaster at Cannae, when the dictator Marcus Junius, being with the army, they chose at Rome Fabius, Buteo dictator, that he might create new senators to supply the numerous places of those who were killed. But as soon as, once acting in public, he had filled those vacant places with a sufficient number, he immediately dismissed his lictor and withdrew from all his attendants, and, mingling like a common person with the rest of the people, quietly went about his own affairs in the forum. The enemies of Fabius thought they had sufficiently humiliated and subdued him by raising Minucius to be his equal in authority, but they mistook the temper of the man, who looked upon their folly as not his loss, but, like Diogenes, who, being told that some persons derided him, made answer, "But I am not derided," meaning that only those were really insulted on whom such insults made an impression. So Fabius, with great tranquillity and unconcern, submitted to what happened, and contributed a proof to the argument of the philosophers that a just and good man is not capable of being dishonored. His only vexation arose from his fear lest this ill counsel, by supplying opportunities to the diseased military ambition of his subordinate, should damage the public cause, lest the rashness of Minucius should at once run headlong into some disaster. He returned back with all privacy and speed to the army, where he found Minucius so elevated with his new dignity that a joint authority, not contenting him, he required by turns to have the command of the army every other day. This Fabius rejected, but was contented that the army should be divided, thinking each general singly would better command his part than partially command the whole. The 1st and 4th Legion he took for his own division, the 2nd and 3rd he delivered to Minucius. So also of the auxiliary forces each had an equal share. Minucius, thus exalted, could not contain himself from boasting of his success in humiliating the high and powerful office of the dictatorship. Fabius quietly reminded him that it was in all wisdom Hannibal, and not Fabius, whom he had to combat. But if he must needs contend with his colleague, it had best be in diligence and care for the preservation of Rome, that it might not be said, a man so favored by the people served them worse than he who had been ill-treated and disgraced by them. The young general, despising these admonitions as the false humility of age, immediately removed with the body of his army, and encamped by himself. Hannibal, who was not ignorant of all these passages, lay watching his advantage from them. It happened that between his army and that of Minucius there was a certain eminence, which seemed a very advantageous and not difficult post to encamp upon. The level field around it appeared, from a distance, to be all smooth and even, though it had many inconsiderable ditches and dips in it, not discernible to the eye. Hannibal, had he pleased, could easily have possessed himself of this ground, but he had reserved it for a bait or train in proper season to draw the Romans to an engagement. Now that Minucius and Fabius were divided, he thought the opportunity fair for his purpose, and therefore, having in the night time lodged a convenient number of his men in these ditches and hollow places. Early in the morning he sent forth a small detachment, who, in the sight of Minucius, proceeded to possess themselves of the rising ground. According to his expectation, Minucius swallowed the bait, and first sends out his light troops, and after them some horse, to dislodge the enemy. And at last, when he saw Hannibal in person advancing to the assistance of his men, marched down with his whole army drawn up. He engaged with the troops on the eminence, and sustained their missiles. The combat for some time was equal, but as soon as Hannibal perceived that the whole army was now sufficiently advanced within the toils he had set for them, so that their backs were open to his men whom he had posted in the hollows, he gave the signal, upon which they rushed forth from various quarters, and with loud cries furiously attacked Minucius in the rear. The surprise and the slaughter was great, and struck universal alarm and disorder through the whole army. Minucius himself lost all his confidence. He looked from officer to officer, and found all alike unprepared to face the danger, and yielding to a flight which, however, could not end in safety. The Numidian horsemen were already in full victory, riding about the plain, cutting down the fugitives. Fabius was not ignorant of this danger of his countrymen. He foresaw what would happen from the rashness of Minucius and the cunning of Hannibal, and, therefore, kept his men to their arms, in readiness to wait the event. Nor would he trust to the reports of others, but he himself, in front of his camp, viewed all that passed. When, therefore, he saw the army of Minucius encompassed by the enemy, and that by their countenance and shifting their ground, they appeared more disposed to flight than to resistance. With a great sigh, striking his hand upon his thigh, he said to those about him, "O Hercules, how much sooner than I expected, though later than he seemed to desire, hath Minucius destroyed himself." He then commanded the ensigns to be led forward and the army to follow, telling them, "We must make haste to rescue Minucius, who is a valiant man and a lover of his country. And if he hath been too forward to engage the enemy, at another time we will tell him of it." Thus, at the head of his men, Fabius marched up to the enemy, and first cleared the plain of the and next fell upon those who were charging the Romans in the rear, cutting down all that made opposition, and obliging the rest to save themselves by a hasty retreat, lest they should be environed as the Romans had been. Hannibal, seeing so sudden a change of affairs, and Fabius, beyond the force of his age, opening his way through the ranks up the hillside, that he might join Minucius, warily forbore, sounded a retreat, and drew off his men into their camp, while the Romans on their part were no less contented to retire in safety. It is reported that upon this occasion Hannibal said jestingly to his friends, "Did not I tell you that this cloud which always hovered upon the mountains would, at some time or other, come down with a storm upon us?" Fabius, after his men had picked up the spoils of the field, retired to his own camp, without saying any harsh or reproachful thing to his colleague, who also on his part, gathering his army together, spoke and said to them, "To conduct great matters and never commit a fault is above the force of human nature. But to learn and improve by the faults we have committed is that which becomes a good and sensible man. Some reasons I may have to accuse fortune, but I have many more to thank her, for in a few hours she hath cured a long mistake, and taught me that I am not the man who should command others, but have need of another to command me, and that we are not to contend for victory over those to whom it is our advantage to yield. Therefore, in everything else henceforth the dictator must be your commander. Only in showing gratitude towards him I will still be your leader, and always be the first to obey his orders." Having said this, he commanded the Roman eagles to move forward, and all his men to follow him to the camp of Fabia. The soldiers, then, as he entered, stood amazed at the novelty of the sight, and were anxious and doubtful what the meaning might be. When he came near the dictator's tent, Fabius went forth to meet him, on which he at once laid his standards at his feet, calling him with a loud voice his father, while the soldiers with him saluted the soldiers here as their patrons, the term employed by freedmen to those who gave them their liberty. After silence was obtained, Minucius said, "You have this day, O dictator, obtained 2 victories, one by your valor and conduct over Hannibal, and another by your wisdom and goodness over your colleague. By one victory you preserved, and by the other instructed us. And when we were already suffering one shameful defeat from Hannibal, by another welcome one from you we were restored to honor and safety. I can address you by no nobler name than that of a kind father, though a father's beneficence falls short of that I have received from you. From a father I individually received the gift of life. To you I owe its preservation not for myself only, but for all these who are under me." After this, he threw himself into the arms of the dictator, and in the same manner the soldiers of each army embraced one another with gladness and tears of joy. Not long after, Fabius laid down the dictatorship, and consuls were again created. Those who immediately succeeded observed the same method in managing the war, and avoided all occasions of fighting Hannibal in a pitched battle. They only succored their allies, and preserved the towns from falling off to the enemy. But afterwards, when Terentius Varro, a man of obscure birth, but very popular and bold, had obtained the consulship, he soon made it appear that by his rashness and ignorance he would stake the whole commonwealth on the hazard, for it was his custom to declaim in all assemblies that as long as Rome employed generals like Fabius, there never would be an end of the war, vaunting that, whenever he should get sight of the enemy, he would that same day free Italy from the strangers. With these promises he so prevailed that he raised a greater army than had ever yet been sent out of Rome. There were enlisted 88,000 fighting men, but what gave confidence to the populace only terrified the wise and experienced, and none more than Fabian, since if so great a body, and the flower of the Roman youth should be cut off, they could not see any new resource for the safety of Rome. They addressed themselves, therefore, to the other consul, Aemilius Paulus, a man of great experience in war, but unpopular, and fearful also of the people, who once before, upon some impeachment, had condemned him, so that he needed encouragement to withstand his colleagues' temerity. Fabius told him if he would profitably serve his country, he must no less oppose Varro's ignorant eagerness than Hannibal's conscious readiness, since both alike conspired to decide the fate of Rome by a battle. It is more reasonable, he said to him, that you should believe me than Varro in matters relating to Hannibal, when I tell you that if for this year you abstain from fighting with him, either his army will perish of itself, or else he will be glad to depart of his own will. This evidently appears inasmuch as notwithstanding his victories, none of the countries or towns of Italy come into him, and his army is not now the third part of what it was at first. To this Paulus is said to have replied, "Did I only consider myself, I should rather choose to be exposed to the weapons of Hannibal than once more to the suffrages of my fellow citizens, who are urgent for what you disapprove. Yet since the cause of Rome is at stake, I will rather seek in my conduct to please and obey Fabius than all the world besides." These good measures were defeated by the importunity of Varro, whom, when they were both come to the army, nothing would content but a separate command, that each consul should have his day. And when his turn came, he posted his army close to Hannibal at a village called Cannae by the river Ophi. It was no sooner day, but he set up the scarlet coat flying over his tent, which was the signal of battle. This boldness of the consul, and the numerousness of his army, double theirs, startled the cart, but Hannibal commanded them to their arms, and with a small train rode out to take a full prospect of the enemy, as they were now forming in their ranks. From a rising ground not far distant, one of his followers, called Gisco, a Carthaginian of equal rank with himself, told him that the numbers of the enemy were astonishing, to which Hannibal replied, with a serious countenance, "There is one thing, Gisco, yet more astonishing, which you take no notice of." And when Gisco inquired, "What?" answered, "That in all those great numbers before us, there is not one man called Gisco." This unexpected jest of their general made all the company laugh, and as they came down from the hill, they told it to those whom they met, which caused a general laughter amongst them all, from which they were hardly able to recover themselves. The army, seeing Hannibal's attendants come back from viewing the enemy in such a laughing condition, concluded that it must be profound contempt of the enemy that made their general at this moment indulge in such hilarity. According to his usual manner, Hannibal employed stratagems to advantage himself. In the first place, he so drew up his men that the wind was at their backs, which at that time blew with a perfect storm of violence, and sweeping over the grey plains of sand, carried before it a cloud of dust over the Carthaginian army into the faces of the Romans, which much disturbed them in the fight. In the next place, all his best men he put into his wings, and in the body, which was somewhat more advanced than the wings, placed the worst and the weakest of his army. He commanded those in the wings that, when the enemy had made a thorough charge upon that middle advanced body, which he knew would recoil, as not being able to withstand their shock, and when the Romans, in their pursuit, should be far enough engaged within the two wings, they should, both on the right and the left, charge them in the flank, and endeavor to encompass them. This appears to have been the chief cause of the Roman loss. Pressing upon Hannibal's front, which gave ground, they reduced the form of his army into a perfect half-moon, and gave ample opportunity to the captains of the chosen troops to charge them right and left on their flanks, and to cut off and destroy all who did not fall back before the Carthaginian wings united in their rear to this general calamity. It is also said that a strange mistake among the cavalry much contributed, for the horse of Emilius receiving a hurt and throwing his master, those about him immediately alighted to aid the consul, and the Roman troops, seeing their commanders thus quitting their horses, took it for a sign that they should all dismount and charge the enemy on foot. At the sight of this, Hannibal was heard to say, "This pleases me better than if they had been delivered to me bound hand and foot. For the particulars of this engagement, we refer our reader to those authors who have written at large upon the subject. The consul Varro, with a thin company, fled to Venice. Emilius Paulus, unable any longer to oppose the flight of his men, or the pursuit of the enemy, his body all covered with wounds, and his soul no less wounded with grief, sat himself down upon a stone, expecting the kindness of a dispatching blow. His face was so disfigured, and all his person so stained with blood, that his very friends and domestics passing by knew him not. At last Cornelius Lentulus, a young man of patrician race, perceiving who he was, alighted from his horse, and, tendering it to him, desired him to get up and save a life so necessary to the safety of the Commonwealth, which, at this time, would dearly want so great a captain. But nothing could prevail upon him to accept of the offer. He obliged young Lentulus with tears in his eyes, to remount his horse. Then, standing up, he gave him his hand, and commanded him to tell Fabius Maximus that Emilius Paulus had followed his directions to his very last, and had not in the least deviated from those measures which were agreed between them, but that it was his hard fate to be overpowered by Varro in the first place, and secondly by Hannibal. Having dispatched Lentulus with this commission, he marked where the slaughter was greatest, and there threw himself upon the swords of the enemy. In this battle it is reported that 50,000 Romans were slain, 4,000 prisoners taken in the field, and 10,000 in the camp of both consuls. The friends of Hannibal earnestly persuaded him to follow up his victory and pursue the flying Romans into the very gates of Rome, assuring him that in 5 days' time he might sup in the capital. Nor is it easy to imagine what consideration hindered him from it. It would seem rather that some supernatural or divine intervention caused the hesitation and timidity which he now displayed, and which made Barcus, a Carthaginian, tell him with indignation, "You know, Hannibal, how to gain a victory, but not how to use it." Yet it produced a marvelous revolution in his affairs. He, who hitherto had not one town, market, or seaport in his possession, who had nothing for the subsistence of his men but what he pillaged from day to day, who had no place of retreat or basis of operation, but was roving, as it were, with a huge troop of banditti, now became master of the best provinces and towns of Italy, and of Capua itself, next to Rome, the most flourishing and opulent city, all which came over to him and submitted to his authority. It is the saying of Euripides that a man is in ill case when he must try a friend, and so neither, it would seem, is a state in a good one when it needs an able general. And so it was with the Romans. The counsels and actions of Fabius, which, before the battle, they had branded as cowardice and fear, now, in the other extreme, they accounted to have been more than human wisdom, as though nothing but a divine power of intellect could have seen so far and foretold, contrary to the judgment of all others, a result which, even now it had arrived, was hardly credible. In him, therefore, they placed their whole remaining hopes. His wisdom was the sacred altar and temple to which they fled for refuge, and his counsels, more than anything, preserved them from dispersing and deserting their city, as in the time when the Gauls took possession of Rome. He whom they esteemed fearful and pusillanimous, when they were, as they thought, in a prosperous condition, was now the only man in this general and unbounded dejection and confusion who showed no fear but walked the streets with an assured and serene countenance, addressed his fellow citizens, checked the women's lamentations, and the public gatherings of those who wanted thus to vent their sorrows. He caused the Senate to meet. He heartened up the magistrates, and was himself as the soul and life of every office. He placed guards at the gates of the city to stop the frighted multitude from flying. He regulated and controlled their mournings for their slain friends, both as to time and place, ordering that each family should perform such observances within private walls, and that they should continue only the space of 1 month, and then the whole city should be purified, the feast of Ceres happening to fall within this time. It was decreed that the solemnity should be intermitted, lest the fewness and the sorrowful countenance of those who should celebrate it might too much expose to the people the greatness of their loss. Besides that, the worship most acceptable to the gods is that which comes from cheerful hearts, but those rites which were proper for appeasing their anger and procuring auspicious signs and presages were by the direction of the augurs carefully performed. Fabius Pictor, a near kinsman to Maximus, was sent to consult the oracle of Delphi, and about the same time, 2 Vestals having been detected to have been violated, the one killed herself, and the other, according to custom, was buried alive. Above all, let us admire the high spirit and equanimity of this Roman commonwealth, that when the consul Varro came beaten and flying home, full of shame and humiliation, after he had so disgracefully and calamitously managed their affairs, yet the whole Senate and people went forth to meet him at the gates of the city, and received him with honor and respect, and, silence being commanded, the magistrates and chief of the Senate, Fabius amongst them, commended him before the people, because he did not despair of the safety of the commonwealth after so great a loss, but was come to take the government into his hands, to execute the laws, and aid his fellow citizens in their prospect of future deliverance. When word was brought to Rome that Hannibal, after the fight, had marched with his army into other parts of Italy, the hearts of the Romans began to revive, and they proceeded to send out generals and armies. The most distinguished commands were held by Fabius Maximus and Claudius Marcellus, both generals of great fame, though upon opposite grounds. For Marcellus, as we have set forth in his life, was a man of action and high spirit, ready and bold with his own hand, and, as Homer describes his warriors, fierce and delighting in fights, boldness, enterprise, and daring to match those of Hannibal, constituted his tactics and marked his engagements. But Fabius adhered to his former principles, still persuaded that, by following close and not fighting him, Hannibal and his army would at last be tired out and consumed, like a wrestler in too high condition, whose very excess of strength makes him the more likely suddenly to give way and lose it. Posidonius tells us that the Romans called Marcellus their sword, and Fabius their buckler, and that the vigor of the one mixed with the steadiness of the other made a happy compound that proved the salvation of Rome. So that Hannibal found by experience that, encountering the one, he met with a rapid, impetuous river, which drove him back, and still made some breach upon him, and by the other, though silently and quietly passing by him, he was insensibly washed away and consumed, and, at last, was brought to this, that he dreaded Marcellus when he was in motion, and Fabius when he sat still. During the whole course of this war, he had still to do with one or both of these generals, for each of them was 5 times consul, and as praetors, or proconsuls, or consuls, they had always a part in the government of the army, till at last Marcellus fell into the trap which Hannibal had laid for him, and was killed in his 5th consulship. But all his craft and subtlety were unsuccessful upon Fabius, who only once was in some danger of being caught, when counterfeit letters came to him from the principal inhabitants of Met, with promises to deliver up their town if he would come before it with his army, and intimations that they should expect him. This train had almost drawn him in. He resolved to march to them with part of his army, and was diverted only by consulting the omens of the birds, which he found to be inauspicious. And not long after, it was discovered that the letters had been forged by Hannibal, who, for his reception, had laid an ambush to entertain him. This, perhaps, we must rather attribute to the favor of the gods than to the prudence of Fobius. In preserving the towns and allies from revolt by fair and gentle treatment, and in not using rigor, or showing a suspicion upon every light suggestion, his conduct was remarkable. It is told of him that, being informed of a certain Marcia, eminent for courage and good birth, who had been speaking underhand with some of the soldiers about deserting, Fabius was so far from using severity against him that he called for him, and told him he was sensible of the neglect that had been shown to his merit and good service, which, he said, was a great fault in the commanders who reward more by favor than by desert. But henceforward, whenever you are aggrieved, said Fabius, I shall consider it your fault if you apply yourself to any but to me. And when he had so spoken, he bestowed an excellent horse and other presents upon him, and from that time forwards there was not a faithfuler and more trusty man in the whole army. With good reason, he judged that if those who have the government of horses and dogs endeavor by gentle usage to cure their angry and untractable tempers, rather than by cruelty and beating, much more should those who have the command of men try to bring them to order and discipline by the mildest and fairest means, and not treat them worse than gardeners do those wild plants. which, with care and attention, lose gradually the savageness of their nature, and bear excellent fruit. At another time, some of his officers informed him that one of their men was very often absent from his place, and out at nights. He asked them what kind of man he was. They all answered that the whole army had not a better man, that he was a native of and proceeded to speak of several actions which they had seen him perform. Fabius made strict inquiry, and discovered at last that these frequent excursions which he ventured upon were to visit a young girl, with whom he was in love, upon which he gave private order to some of his men to find out the woman and secretly convey her into his own tent, and then sent for the Lucanian, and, calling him aside, told him that he very well knew how often he had been out away from the camp at night, which was a capital transgression against military discipline and the Roman laws. But he knew also how brave he was, and the good services he had done. Therefore, in consideration of them, he was willing to forgive him his fault. But to keep him in good order, he was resolved to place one over him to be his keeper, who should be accountable for his good behavior. Having said this, he produced the woman and told the soldier, terrified and amazed at the adventure, "This is the person who must answer for you, and by your future behavior we shall see whether your night rambles were on account of love, or for any other worse design." Another passage. There was something of the same kind which gained him possession of Tarentum. There was a young Tarentine in the army that had a sister in Tarentum, then in possession of the enemy, who entirely loved her brother, and wholly depended upon him. He, being informed that a certain Bruton, whom Hannibal had made a commander of the garrison, was deeply in love with his sister, conceived hopes that he might possibly turn it to the advantage of the Romans, and having first communicated his design to Fabius, he left the army as a deserter in show, and went over to the first days passed, and the Bruton abstained from visiting the sister, for neither of them knew that the brother had notice of the amour between them. The young Tarentine, however, took an occasion to tell his sister how he had heard that a man of station and authority had made his addresses to her, and desired her, therefore, to tell him who it was. "For," said he, "if he be a man that has bravery and reputation, it matters not what countryman he is, since at this time the sword mingles all nations, and makes them equal. Compulsion makes all things honorable, and in a time when right is weak, we may be thankful if might assumes a form of gentleness." Upon this, the woman sends for her friend, and makes the brother and him acquainted. And whereas she henceforth showed more countenance to her lover than formerly, in the same degrees that her kindness increased, his friendship also with the brother advanced, so that at last our Tarentine thought this Bruton officer well enough prepared to receive the offers he had to make him, and that it would be easy for a mercenary man who was in love, to accept, upon the terms proposed, the large rewards promised by Fabius. In conclusion, the bargain was struck, and the promise made of delivering the town. This is the common tradition, though some relate the story otherwise, and say that this woman, by whom the Bruton was inveigled to betray the town, was not a native of Tarentum, but a Bruton born, and was kept by Fabius as his concubine. And being a countrywoman and an acquaintance of the Bruton governor, he privately sent her to him to corrupt him. Whilst these matters were thus in process, to draw off Hannibal from scenting the design, Fabius sends orders to the garrison in Region that they should waste and spoil the Bruton country, and should also lay siege to Colonia, and storm the place with all their might. These were a body of 8,000 men, the worst of the Roman army, who had most of them been runaways, and had been brought home by Marcellus from Sicily in dishonor, so that the loss of them would not be any great grief to the Romans. Fabius, therefore, threw out these men as a bait for Hannibal, to divert him from Tarentum, who instantly caught at it and led his forces to Colonia. In the meantime, Fabius sat down before Tarentum. On the 6th day of the siege, the young Tarentine slips by night out of the town, and having carefully observed the place where the Bruton commander, according to agreement, was to admit the Romans, gave an account of the whole matter to Fabius, who thought it not safe to rely wholly upon the plot, but, while proceeding with secrecy to the post, gave order for a general assault to be made on the other side of the town, both by land and sea. This being accordingly executed, while the Tarentines hurried to defend the town on the side attacked, Fabius received the signal from the Brute, scaled the walls, and entered the town unopposed. Here, we must confess, ambition seems to have overcome him, to make it appear to the world that he had taken Tarentum by force, and his own prowess, and not by treachery. He commanded his men to kill the Brutians before all others, yet he did not succeed in establishing the impression he desired, but merely gained the character of perfidy and cruelty. Many of the Tarentines were also killed, and 30,000 of them were sold for slaves. The army had the plunder of the town, and there was brought into the treasury 3,000 talents, whilst they were carrying off everything else as plunder. The officer who took the inventory asked what should be done with their gods, meaning the pictures and statues. Fabius answered, "Let us leave their angry gods to the Tarentines." Nevertheless, he removed the colossal statue of Hercules and had it set up in the Capitol, with one of himself on horseback, in brass, near it. Proceedings very different from those of Marcellus on a like occasion, and which, indeed, very much set off in the eyes of the world his clemency and humanity, as appears in the account of his life. Hannibal, it is said, was within 5 miles of Tarentum when he was informed that the town was taken. He said openly, "Rome, then, has also got a Hannibal. As we won Tarentum, so have we lost it." And in private, with some of his confidants, he told them, for the first time, that he always thought it difficult, but now he held it impossible, with the forces he then had, to master Italy. Upon this success, Fabius had a triumph decreed him at Rome, much more splendid than his first. They looked upon him now as a champion who had learned to cope with his antagonist, and could now easily foil his arts and prove his best skill ineffectual. And, indeed, the army of Hannibal was at this time partly worn away with continual action, and partly weakened and become dissolute with overabundance and luxury. Marcus Livius, who was governor of Tarentum when it was betrayed to Hannibal, and then retired into the citadel, which he kept till the town was retaken, was annoyed at these honors and distinctions, and on one occasion openly declared in the Senate that by his resistance, more than by any action of Fabius, Tarentum had been recovered. On which Fabius laughingly replied, "You say very true, for if Marcus Livius had not lost Tarentum, Fabius Maximus had never recovered it." The people, amongst other marks of gratitude, gave his son the consulship of the next year, shortly after whose entrance upon his office, there being some business on foot about provision for the war, his father, either by reason of age and infirmity, or perhaps out of design to try his son, came up to him on horseback. While he was still at a distance, the young consul observed it, and bade one of his lictors command his father to alight, and tell him that, if B had any business with the consul, he should come on foot. The standers-by seemed offended at the imperiousness of the son towards a father so venerable for his age and his authority, and turned their eyes in silence towards Fabius. He, however, instantly alighted from his horse, and with open arms came up, almost running, and embraced his son, saying, "Yes, my son, you do well, and understand well what authority you have received, and over whom you are to use it. This was the way by which we and our forefathers advanced the dignity of Rome, preferring ever her honor and service to our own fathers and children. And, in fact, it is told that the great-grandfather of our Fabius, who was undoubtedly the greatest man of Rome in his time, both in reputation and authority, who had been 5 times consul, and had been honored with several triumphs for victories obtained by him, took pleasure in serving as lieutenant under his own son when he went as consul to his command, and when afterwards his son had a triumph bestowed upon him for his good service, the old man followed, on horseback, his triumphant chariot, as one of his attendants, and made it his glory that while he really was, and was acknowledged to be, the greatest man in Rome, and held a father's full power over his son, he yet submitted himself to the laws and the magistrate. But the praises of our Fabius are not bounded here. He afterwards lost his son, and was remarkable for bearing the loss with the moderation, becoming a pious father and a wise man. And, as it was the custom amongst the Romans, upon the death of any illustrious person, to have a funeral oration recited by some of the nearest relations, he took upon himself that office, and delivered a speech in the Forum, which he committed afterwards to writing. After Cornelius, who was sent into Spain, had driven the Carthage, defeated by him in many battles out of the country, and had gained over to Rome many towns and nations with large resources, he was received at his coming home with unexampled joy and acclamation of the people, who, to show their gratitude, elected him consul for the year ensuing, knowing what high expectation they had of him. He thought the occupation of contesting Italy with Hannibal a mere old man's employment, and proposed no less a task to himself than to make Carthage the seat of the war, fill Africa with arms and devastation, and so oblige Hannibal, instead of invading the countries of others, to draw back and defend his own. And to this end he proceeded to exert all the influence he had with the people. Fabius, on the other side, opposed the undertaking with all his might, alarming the city, and telling them that nothing but the temerity of a hot young man could inspire them with such dangerous counsels. And sparing no means, by word or deed, to prevent it, he prevailed with the Senate to espouse his sentiments. But the common people thought that he envied the fame of Scipio, and that he was afraid lest this young conqueror should achieve some great and noble exploit, and have the glory, perhaps, of driving Hannibal out of Italy, or even of ending the war, which had for so many years continued and been protracted under his management. To say the truth, when Fabius first opposed this project of Scipio, he probably did it out of caution and prudence, in consideration only of the public safety, and of the danger which the Commonwealth might incur. But when he found Scipio every day increasing in the esteem of the people, rivalry and ambition led him further, and made him violent and personal in his opposition, for he even applied to Crassus, the colleague of Scipio, and urged him not to yield the command to Scipio, but that, if his inclinations were for it, he should himself in person lead the army to Carthage. He also hindered the giving money to Scipio for the war, so that he was forced to raise it upon his own credit and interest from the cities of Etruria, which were extremely attached to him. On the other side, Crassus would not stir against him, nor remove out of Italy, being, in his own nature, averse to all contention, and also having, by his office of high priest, religious duties to retain him. Fabius, therefore, tried other ways to oppose the design. He impeded the levies, and he declaimed, both in the Senate and to the people, that Scipio was not only himself flying from Hannibal, but was also endeavoring to drain Italy of all its forces and to spirit away the youth of the country to a foreign war, leaving behind them their parents, wives, and children, and the city itself, a defenseless prey to the conquering and undefeated enemy at their doors. With this he so far alarmed the people that at last they would only allow Scipio for the war, the legions which were in Sicily, and 300, whom he particularly trusted, of those men who had served with him in Spain. In these transactions, Fabius seems to have followed the dictates of his own wary temper. But after that, Scipio was gone over into Africa, when news almost immediately came to Rome of wonderful exploits and victories, of which the fame was confirmed by the spoils he sent home, of a Numidian king taken prisoner, of a vast slaughter of their men, of 2 camps of the enemy burnt and destroyed, and in them a great quantity of arms and horses. And when, hereupon, the Carthaginians were compelled to send envoys to Hannibal to call him home and leave his idle hopes in Italy to defend Carthage, when, for such eminent and transcending services, the whole people of Rome cried up and extolled the actions of Scipio. Even then, Fabius contended that a successor should be sent in his place, alleging for it only the old reason of the mutability of fortune, as if she would be weary of long favoring the same person. With this language many did begin to feel offended. It seemed to be morosity and ill will, the pusillanimity of old age, or fear, that had now become exaggerated, of the skill of Hannibal. Nay, when Hannibal had put his army on shipboard and taken his leave of Italy, Fabius still could not forbear to oppose and disturb the universal joy of Rome, expressing his fears and apprehensions, telling them that the Commonwealth was never in more danger than now, and that Hannibal was a more formidable enemy under the walls of Carthage than ever he had been in Italy, that it would be fatal to Rome, whenever Scipio should encounter his victorious army, still warm with the blood of so many Roman generals, dictators, and consuls slain. And the people were, in some degree, startled with these and were brought to believe that the further off Hannibal was, the nearer was their danger. Scipio, however, shortly afterwards fought Hannibal, and utterly defeated him, humbled the pride of Carthage beneath his feet, gave his countrymen joy and exultation beyond all their hopes, and long shaken on the seas restored the state. Fabius Maximus, however, did not live to see the prosperous end of this war, and the final overthrow of Hannibal, nor to rejoice in the re-established happiness and security of the Commonwealth. For about the time that Hannibal left Italy, he fell sick and died. At Thebes, Epaminondas died so poor that he was buried at the public charge. 1 small iron coin was all, it is said, that was found in his house. Fabius did not need this, but the people, as a mark of their affection, defrayed the expenses of his funeral by a private contribution from each citizen of the smallest piece of coin, thus owning him their common father, and making his end no less honorable than his life. Comparison of Pericles with Fabi-Sui. Javier had 2 lives rich in examples, both of civil and military excellence. Let us first compare the 2 men in their warlike capacity. Pericles presided in his commonwealth when it was in its most flourishing and opulent condition, great and growing in power, so that it may be thought it was rather the common success and fortune that kept him from any fall or disaster. But the task of Fabius, who undertook the government in the worst and most difficult times, was not to preserve and maintain the well-established felicity of a prosperous state, but to raise and uphold a sinking and ruinous commonwealth. Besides, the victories of Simon, the trophies of Myronides and Leon, with the many famous exploits of Ptolemy, were employed by Pericles rather to fill the city with festive entertainments and solemnities than to enlarge and secure its empire, whereas Fabius, when he took upon him the government, had the frightful object before his eyes of Roman armies destroyed, of their generals and consuls slain, of leeks and plains and forests strewed with the dead bodies, and rivers stained with the blood of his fellow citizens, and yet, with his mature and solid counsel, with the firmness of resolution, he, as it were, put his shoulder to the falling commonwealth, and kept it up from foundering through the failings and weakness of others. Perhaps it may be more easy to govern a city broken and tamed with calamities and adversity, and compelled by danger and necessity to listen to wisdom, than to set a bridle on wantonness and temerity, and rule a people pampered and restive with long prosperity, as were the Athenians when Pericles held the reins of government. But then again, not to be daunted nor discomposed with the vast heap of calamities under which the people of Rome at that time groaned and succumbed, argues a courage in Fabius, and a strength of purpose more than ordinary. We may set Tarentum retaken against Samos won by Pericles, and the conquest of Euboea. We may well balance with the towns of though Capua itself was reduced by the consuls Fulvius and Appius. I do not find that Fabius won any set battle but that against the Ligurians, for which he had his triumph, whereas Pericles erected 9 trophies for as many victories obtained by land and by sea. But no action of Pericles can be compared to that memorable rescue of Minucius, when Fabius redeemed both him and his army from utter destruction, a noble act, combining the highest valor, wisdom, and humanity. On the other side, it does not appear that Pericles was ever so overreached as Fabius was by Hannibal with his flaming oxen. His enemy there had, without his agency, put himself accidentally into his power, yet Fabius let him slip in the night, and, when day came, was worsted by him, was anticipated in the moment of success, and mastered by his prisoner. If it is the part of a good general, not only to provide for the present, but also to have a clear foresight of things to come. In this point, Pericles is the superior, for he admonished the Athenians, and told them beforehand the ruin the war would bring upon them by their grasping more than they were able to manage. But Fabius was not so good a prophet. When he denounced to the Romans that the undertaking of Scipio would be the destruction of the commonwealth, so that Pericles was a good prophet of bad success, and Fabius was a bad prophet of success that was good. And, indeed, to lose an advantage through diffidence is no less blamable in a general than to fall into danger for want of foresight. For both these faults, though of a contrary nature, spring from the same root, want of judgment and experience. As for their civil policy, it is imputed to Pericles that he occasioned the war, since no terms of peace offered by the Lacedaemonians would content him. It is true, I presume, that Fabius also was not for yielding any point to the Carthaginians, but was ready to hazard all, rather than lessen the empire of Rome. The mildness of Fabius towards his colleague Minucius, by way of comparison, rebuke and condemn the exertions of Pericles to banish Simon and Thucydides, noble aristocratic men, who by his means suffered ostracism. The authority of Pericles in Athens was much greater than that of Fabius in Rome. Hence it was more easy for him to prevent miscarriages arising from the mistakes and insufficiency of other officers. Only Talmedes broke loose from him, and, contrary to his persuasions, unadvisedly fought with the Boeotians, and was slain. The greatness of his influence made all others submit and conform themselves to his judgment, whereas Fabius, sure and unerring himself, for want of that general power, had not the means to obviate the miscarriages of others. But it had been happy for the Romans if his authority had been greater, for so we may presume their disasters had been fewer. Their disasters had been fewer. Pericles was eminent in never taking any gifts, and Fabius for giving his own money to ransom his soldiers, though the sum did not exceed 6 talents, than Pericles. Meantime, no man had ever greater opportunities to enrich himself, having had presents offered him from so many kings and princes and allies. Yet no man was ever more free from corruption. And for the beauty and magnificence of temples and public edifices, with which he adorned his country, it must be confessed that all the ornaments and structures of Rome to the time of the Caesars had nothing to compare, either in greatness of design or of expense, with the lustre of those which Pericles only erected at Athens.